Testing. All right. You can cut out that other.
Hey, yo, hey.
Yeah. Run it up, Blondo.
Hey, see y'all from Texas, where we sit riding swangers and put diamonds in our neck.
Oh, good afternoon. How's everybody doing? As always, it's your boy Doc Holiday. We're back with another HBCU tonight. This is powered by HBCU Overdrive. Make sure that you like the stream. Make sure that you comment, share. Most of all, subscribe to the channel. And y'all already know you simulcast between YouTube and Twitter. So all my folks that's on Twitter, hit that follow button and then come on to the YouTube side and hit that subscribe button. So we are back over here to get into some baseball action again. Right now, if you're tuning in, you just finished watching Grambling demoralize Southern. As far as with the mercy rule goes. So that game is finally over. The next game should be starting in the next probably about 20 minutes. That will be Bethune-Cookman versus Alabama State. And the last game of the night would be FAMU versus Grambling again. So it'll be a rematch from last night. But other than that, I don't think I'm gonna do a marathon as far as with baseball like I did yesterday. So even though it was interesting, it was very interesting. Once I got off the live, plus I did live with my other friends and my internet going out for a little bit, the boy was tired. So but other than that, man, I can't I wasn't gonna sit here and complain about it because I actually had a good time yesterday streaming. So what we can talk about is Jackson State baseball and what needs to be done for Omar. I want to say to keep his job because he did sign an extension, but what will it take to get JSU back on top when it comes to baseball? To me, I have a lot of ideas about what needs to be done, but we can have that conversation until the next game come on, and that's probably going to be in the next 25 minutes. Yep, they're doing their thing. Yep. So, other than that, I think we could talk a little bit more about Jackson State baseball. We could talk about the baseball tournament in general and why people are still in an uproar about having the tournament in Birmingham. Why I'm moving from Birmingham. But before we do all that, let me run this quick commercial break. Be right back just a minute.
Yo, it's your boy Doc Holiday with HBCU Overdrive. And I am proud to sponsor Merch Sports. Check out his new line of collection, the Black College Football Fan Club collection. It's basically designed to show support and give respect to the rich history and tradition of black college football. And as you already know, the best college players had to play at HBCUs before integration. So go ahead and check it out over at shopmerchsports.com. Merch Sports. Merch for the sports enthusiasts.
All right, we are back. The people filing in. It is Memorial Day weekend to be exact. So everybody's gonna be out and about, getting 3 days in for Memorial Day. Make sure, just to let you know, make sure that you are being responsible because them folks is out there. This is a safe space, so come on in. If you need to come on in and tell your side or let me know what's up, come on in. So, but let me see if I'm about to get right here. Let me see something. Can't do it from right there. Anyway. Yeah. 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 I figured that, man. But now I understand the significance of playing the tournament in Birmingham. For one, the conference office is located there, but for two, having it at Rickwood Field brings a lot of it. To me, it's the nostalgia of playing at a former Negro League baseball stadium. Let's just put it just like that. And actually playing at the oldest baseball stadium that was built, which was built in 1910. So I can understand that. But it's always going to be trial and error. There's always going to be, people that actually like it, and then people who really don't give a care. And then there's those who think they have an opinion, but they don't contribute, or they just don't go to the games at all. For folks who are like that, to me, I just feel like they could have several seats. But to me, when it comes down to it, you're never going to be perfect with what you have, because somebody is always going to be somebody that's going to criticize it. So But the best thing to me is to actually go to the games. For one, going to support. You're going to support the players first and foremost, because that's what it's all about. It's all about the players. It's all about those 25, where it went for baseball, 25 guys that they go out there, they play in the heat, they play in all types of crazy weather, having rain delays and everything. Like, they do a lot more, and their games are, and this season is a little bit longer because you're playing like almost close to 40, 40 to 50 games. And then to have a conference tournament, and let's just say you make the NCAA tournament. Now you're playing it to June, and you're trying. You have one come and go. You're trying to get to Omaha. So those are the things that we should be able to do, and from a fan standpoint, pretty much that's what I'm just saying. From a fan standpoint, but let me go ahead and all right. There's a question I want folks to ask. Is JSU baseball in trouble? And I'm not. And let me refer to this. Let me clarify this. I'm not saying trouble as in like academics or anything, or like somebody got in trouble, anything like that. I'm only specifically asking, is Jackson State baseball in trouble from the standpoint of how the season went and then how the season ended today? That is pretty much where I'm trying to lean on, so people won't be like, well, they're in trouble. Did somebody did this, somebody did that. Nah, I'm putting in there is Jackson State baseball in trouble. Now, what I mean, about it, and again, this is just my opinion right here. And what I mean about it is, do what do we need to do for baseball? What do we need to do for baseball? For Jackson State baseball, what do we need to do? For one, somebody's gonna say, well, it starts at the top. It starts at Omar. Omar being at Jackson State for for 18 years. He's had seasons where he was successful, but has it translated on the field? Like in reality, most people ask like the last time he won a SWAC tournament was in 2014. That was 11 years ago. He went to the SWAC tournament final. He went to the SWAC tournament final last year, and 2 years before that, he went there, but it has not translated into a tournament championship. Therefore, it has not translated into going into a super regional. So it now, Chris, I'm not saying he's done anything wrong, but you have a lot of fans who watch baseball, and you have a lot of alums who watch baseball, like myself. We kind of question what is going on because of the fact that why has it not translated towards the field? What is it that we need to do? Somebody asked, what is it that we need to do? Do we need to recruit? Now, I would say this. It is harder to recruit in baseball because of the simple fact that, of course, now you have the transfer portal, but also kids can easily go into the MLB draft. They can easily go and play Class A ball, AA, AAA. You know, they could go to the minor leagues. They can easily, do a lot of other things. What I saw this season and what I what I saw and what I see out on, on paper from this season is the fact that, one, we can't hold leads to save our life, right? Two, our middle relief pitching was horrible. That was like, if you really think about it, that was our weakest link. Because we had the players that could hit, we had the players that could run, we had the player that 5-tool players, we have players, we have pitchers that can go deep into late innings, but we don't have middle relief. Middle relief is supposed to be they are only coming in to try to hold a lead. That's it and that's all. So, of course, Mr. Elliott was our pitcher of the year for the SWAC. Had a phenomenal season, but at the same time, who else on that pitcher staff showed up when it mattered the most? And that's where I'm getting at. like you think about it, pitchers are a creature of habit. They don't like to be bothered. They don't like to be rattled. They don't like anything to mess up their groove, to mess up their mojo, or anything like that. They feel like something is off, they're going to be off. That's why I told some people, you really can't, you can recruit pitching, but pitching is all going to be up here in your mind. It's always going to be a mental thing for a pitcher. Hitters, easily, you can get hitters by a dime a dozen. Players that are really good when it comes to fielding, you can get that dime a dozen too. But when it comes to pitching and just pitching alone, you cannot find that anywhere else. You have to, if you get one, that dude has to be developed. But also you have to put the trust in him that he can go out there and get the job done. So that is what I mean by you just cannot get that anywhere else. The other thing that I really had to say about what Omar does is that he plays small ball. And hey, I can tell you this, when it comes to baseball, you can say we could, we can contribute to the collective and everything, and that's cool. But in baseball, it's different. Kids nowadays if they wanted to go to the major leagues, they don't have to go through a collective. They could get signed by a major league team and pretty much make their money just like that. As y'all see, the missus is walking through. But when it comes to baseball, it is a different beast, because it's not the same. It's not the same as with football. It's not the same as with basketball. This is this is something that when it comes to baseball, like I said, it's like finding a diamond in the rough. So, not saying that we can't get the players to come to the schools and stuff like that. Not saying anything like that. But when it comes to pitching period, pitching is something totally different from somebody you getting a hitter, or you getting somebody that is a hell of an infielder. So you can't win it all in baseball. But we got alums that come on now. We have alums that we feel like that we should win every damn thing every year. It doesn't matter if I'm putting my money into this, they should go out there and bust somebody's ass. That's just how we are. When now, instead of a big time booster saying something, we are the boosters. And when we become boosters, we're basically our boosters. And we are very demanding because our money is going to a specific player or to the team and stuff like that. Like, folks don't care, and folks don't care. They don't care if you're not winning. I mean, if you winning, but you're not getting all the way there, and you're not winning the whole thing. So, like, even then, it's like when you think about it, as far as with college baseball, the whole thing is you want, win the conference, get selected, go to a super regional, but also get to Omaha. And you're right, man. Baseball fans, if you are true baseball fans, regardless, it don't matter what your team is. It don't matter who your team is, right? Baseball fan, if you're a true baseball fan, it doesn't matter. You're gonna go out there. You're gonna go out there. If I was in Atlanta, and I'm a Braves fan, if I was in Atlanta, I would definitely try to buy a ticket to go see the Atlanta Braves play, because I am a fan of the team, and I want to see my team go out there and give it their all. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter if they making millions and millions of dollars. I'm just that type, basically. I'm just that type of fan. But what I'm saying, yeah, 18 years. But here's the thing. Dudes, 18 years with no losing record is great. What up, man? I'm about to string y'all in a minute. But 18 years with no losing record is great. But folks have, like, literally higher expectations when it comes to it. Hey, Miss Natasha. Folks have higher expectations. Like, when it comes to HBCU baseball, look, you win the conference. No matter how you do it, go out there to win the conference. So, yes, we played today. It was a win or go home game today against Alabama State. Looked promising out there, but again, we ran into a buzzsaw. We ran into a buzzsaw, so that's what's going on. Middle relievers is where we're suffering at. She is at the laundry center washing clothes. But that is what you get. And especially the small ball. I'm not a fan of small ball. Now, I'm not a fan of small ball. I'm like I'm like everybody else. Chicks dig the long ball. That's what I am. But to me, that's just me. Like, let them boys swing. Like, you gotta let them boys swing the bat. You gotta let them. You have to let them go out there and compete. And yeah, you can play small ball in certain situations, but you gotta let them dudes go out there and try to handle it themselves, or we're going to be in the situation where we're in right now. talking about next season. But those are the things that I looked at from this season that I felt that kind of plagued us throughout the season. So, and like I said, don't get me wrong. Do not get me wrong. I do appreciate what Omar has done at Jackson State since he's been the head coach at Jackson State. But at the same time, we're not getting to the promised land. And yeah, bro, that's what I'm saying. He hasn't played, and you know what? He hasn't played enough small ball this season. But when he does, I mean, look, in certain situations, I understand. Look, sacrifice, sack bunt, sack fly, move your runners over, get them in scoring positions. Like you said, we do have the bats. You know what I'm saying? We do have the starting pitching, but that middle relief is horrible. It's horrible. Like, I tell folks, y'all get mad at me all you want to, but that's what I'm seeing out there on play, on the field. Like swing the bats. Like, to me, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Joseph Eichelberger is the best hitter, to me, by far, the best hitter by far in HBCU baseball. By far, in my opinion. This is my opinion right here. But my man should have at least 10 to 12 home runs. He should have at least maybe 50 to 60 RBIs, right? He should be a power hitter. But you're reducing him to playing the style, your style of play, which does not fit him. The man wants to swing away. He has good bat-eye coordination. He's very disciplined at the plate. Why is Omar stunt? To me, I feel like stunting his growth when it comes to that. Now Joseph, that was his last game. He moves on. I think McClatty, if I'm not mistaken, that was his last game. Now he's about to move on. But starting off, it's crazy. Miss Natasha, they're gonna miss Destiny. They go Destiny.
Hi, Tasha.
But that's just my theory. My theory. I'm not saying go out there and fire the man, but at the same time, you got to start questioning what is going on, because, like I said, we got fans that are pretty much they pretty much are like, hey, get that shit done. I'm paying you this money. I'm paying money to go see this stuff. Hey, get this shit done. Come on. Let's go. But hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. And I mean, we had continuity. We did re-sign him to a contract extension. through 2028, if I'm not mistaken. But if let's just say if we have a season, let's talk about it. Teams are pitching around one. You have to have comparable threats in front and behind him in the lineup to complement him. We are not getting that. We're not getting that either. I think we do have complement threats. I think we do have the cleanup hitter and right afterwards, because I like Wilber Perez. I love it. I like Wilber Perez. He's not afraid to swing. He's not afraid to swing at anything, in my opinion. But I like McClatty because he can actually clean up also. And having Robert Tate Jr. as your leadoff hitter, have him as your leadoff hitter right there, which would be that. I think that's great. And yeah, but he ain't afraid to. He's not afraid to swing. But at the same time, I'm just saying, I guess, like I said, I'm more chicks dig the long ball. That's just me. But let's go ahead and get this going. The game is just starting. So let's go ahead and get it popping. It's Bethune-Cookman versus Alabama State. Winner goes to the semis. Well, actually, winner goes to the semis. Loser goes home. If Bethune loses, they play again tomorrow. So it'll be a doubleheader tomorrow, and then basically they have, the championship game is on Sunday. So you got let's go ahead and get the mute button.
And over there, Vasquez, his thing is like, hey, there's no secret. We have to leave it out all on the field if we're going to survive. That's the simple thing about it. Our approach is going to be the same. We're still going to have to just go out and play ball and leave it out on the field. No secrets.
Coming up this evening, it'll be Grambling and FAMU, 6 o'clock. Taking a look at the batting order, Augusto, Cruz, Douglas, Chandler, Santana, Espaillat, Smiley, McIntosh, and Landry, and Shadai Colon will be on the mound. Alabama State will send Kelvin Augusto to the plate first. He's batting .344 coming into this game. 57 runs, 44 RBI. In that game against Jackson State, they won 7-6. Augusto went 3 for 4, 2 RBI with a run, and had 1 walk. Alabama State had a tight one against Texas Southern to start the tournament out. Won that one 5-3.
Second game today for Alabama State.
Fridays are always more difficult when you have to come out of the losers bracket. If you lose Friday, or lose Wednesday or Thursday, you'll have to win twice on Friday.
Them uniforms ugly as hell.
This one goes down the first base line, and it is fair. And Augusto, that's a great job by Augusto running it out. Fair ball, and he is on board.
Those are the breaks that you need in the hustle that you've got to make your own breaks.
Yep.
Uniforms look like they just came out of
the
when you go get your t-shirt spray painted.
Me and Cameron Douglas were both saying that's the first time we've ever seen that. The ball just kind of trickle all the way down the line to the first base bag.
Oh, yeah.
That's a nice declaration.
Foul down the first base line. Question for you: how many balls do you go through in the tournament?
Ooh. Here's it's not like I have an answer, but they have a formula for it. It's that you order for a tournament. You're going to order about 50 cases of baseballs.
And each case was a 12 in there?
Each case is 12.
So roughly 600 baseballs.
There you go.
Augusto takes off and hits in second.
Nice steal.
Brett, you're like Chat GPT, man.
No, check this out. The only reason I kind of know that is when I worked with the Birmingham Barons, we had to make sure we had enough baseballs. And there is a formula.
Single. So now 2 men aboard.
That might be Chat B for baseball. No, don't ask me anything else. I can't help you with that. That's what you're going to get from me.
Cameron Douglas now coming to the plate. Pitch in there for a strike.
I know Alabama State has played one more game than Bethune-Cookman, but that's Juan Cruz's 7th hit and 13 at bats. I mean, he's having one heck of a SWAC tournament.
Absolutely. 2 strikes now, nobody out. Runners at the corners. 2 hits in the ball. Pitch to the outside for a ball. Well, the grounds crew has done some great work here.
Oh, man.
Throughout the tournament. In this field, of course, they did all these improvements. And for those who don't know, this stadium was used for a Major League Baseball game last year when San Francisco and St. Louis played here at Rickwood Field. And part of the improvements that they had to make in order to make that possible came to the tune of about $8 million that they wanted to improve on. So the dugouts are relatively new. You got new fencing and all kinds of new things around here, but still keeping the integrity of the old stadium.
Yeah. Oh, the improvements from the dugouts to the field are unbelievable. This is major league standard that they had to bring it up to.
Chandler now coming to the plate. Coming into this game. Chandler, 247 hitter, played in 29 games, started in 22. Here's a pitch. Swung on, miss for a strike.
You know, the pregame chat, I always get to go down, which I really enjoy talking to the coaches. It was just very businesslike with these guys because, you know,
Mr.
Vasquez
Brown, we
knows
lost
if he
today
loses,
against Alabama State.
they're headed home.
We're out of the tournament.
And there's a run that will come home.
Wow. Mm-hmm.
And remember, that was after Bethune-Cookman had the lead, a substantial lead in the ball game. That one's going to be a strike.
What is also very about both of these clubs are their 30-win winners. That is hard to do in college, to have 30 games to win in college. And both of the coaches, Vasquez and Hernandez, addressed that. They're like, yo, that comes down to good players, good coaches, and a program, the universities that believe in your program to give you what you need to go ahead and get those wins. 30 wins, that's hard in baseball. Absolutely.
Rounded out to the second baseman, retires Alabama State. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left. We go now to the bottom of the first inning. 1-0, Alabama State will take this timeout.
Ooh, I just got some info. So the MEAC will have their football media day on July 22nd, and it's going to be at M&T Bank Stadium, which is the home of the Baltimore Ravens. Hey, hey, you can't beat that. But hey, yeah, we talked about this. Do I need to start this conversation about Omar again? Let's hey, Jeremiah, you a baseball fan. You play baseball. You umpire. The middle relief was arguably our weakest spot this season. The middle relief was our weakest spot. I'm just putting it out there. So what do we do with Omar? Because this is year 18. He's coming back in year 19 next season. And if he don't get to the promised land, what do we do? I'll get back to it.
Here at the ballpark. We start them young coming to the ballpark.
There you go. Once you get them started on that, the smell of the grass, the hot dogs, the food, and the camaraderie, you're locked in for life.
That's how I get my son to go to something. That's, hey man, get you a lot of food. It's food.
Oh yeah, yeah. They're locked in then.
Yeah. But just coming in just to say we're going to game,
And then that's not happening.
This one popped up.
Oh,
Sometimes wise decisions, because it can really be tough trying to get one of those foul balls, and I've seen a few people slide into dugouts, and
absolutely.
Shadai Cologne.
Absolutely. Before we went to break, here's our guy, Darryl Lee, the freshman. He's been impressive through this tournament.
Hitting 292 coming into the tournament against Alabama State, where they had that 9-8 game. He was 2 of 4 with a run. That pitch missing for a ball.
What do you guys think about this? Because I've been impressed with a lot of the underclassmen playing in this, particularly the freshmen.
Oh, I definitely. I mean, you've got some freshmen that are going to be around for a good little while. You know, you take what Bethune-Cookman has. You got a freshman, Darryl Lee, who's really good. Jeter Poyeto, who's really good. And then, you look at teams like Jackson State, who's got some good freshmen on the team. You got Alabama State, who's got a few good freshmen. So you're going to have some folks that are going to be around for a long time and make this conference.
Shouldn't have came back for years.
I'm throw this in the hat. Do we do a SWAC
What's
all
going on this
freshman
minute?
baseball? Because these guys are playing. I like that idea.
Absolutely.
All freshman SWAC team.
Well, think about one of your favorite players, Bernie McCarr, just a freshman.
That's what I'm talking about.
You know. Swung on and missed.
We can expand on that. Wow. Good question. Simply because some teams might not have a just as good as a season as somebody who does, but they hit all cylinders during the tournament. We've seen that. Many times people that can win the tournament may have had a so-so year and they get into it. But you and I talked about this earlier. We have some schools within the SWAC that have been so used to winning, and it's pretty much the majority of the programs, that what with other conferences or other teams would be considered a good year is looked down on. Yeah. Jackson State. If you go, we'll use football. Let's say you go 9-2. That's a terrible year. And then they say you didn't win the SWAC championship. 9-2. Grambling, same thing. Southern, same thing. Bethune-Cookman now. You've got Florida A&M. Those was pointed out to me. Me and Charles were talking about this. is that those alumni bases are so used to winning for so long that what other schools would consider a good season,
Yeah.
well, between Southern Grambling, yeah, okay, you went 9-1, but you didn't win the Bayou Classic. Oh, okay, you Jackson State, yeah, you went 9-1, but you didn't win
Yeah, you didn't beat
the
Alcorn.
Soul Bowl. Yeah, you didn't beat Alcorn. And then you're a bum.
Not a bum.
They call you a bum. Then they so the expectations of the alumni is very, very high to meet. Um, is it a good thing or is that a bad thing?
Well, I think if you're used to a winning
He just
program,
said the same thing I just said.
you're going to have a certain expectation. Fan bases are going now. They will have some patience, especially during coaching changes and things like that. They'll give you a little time in order to get your. In most cases, they'll give you a little bit of time to get your program together. A year or 2 years maybe. But I think it's fans stands for fanatics,
True, right?
and there are times when you start thinking about what fanatics really think about. And look, fans can be selfish. They want to win. That's right. No
Yeah.
runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. We now go to the top of the second inning. 1-0 is our score. Jackson State's on top. Back after this. I'm sorry, Alabama State is on top. Back after this.
Man, dude pretty much just said what I just said about fan interaction, about the fan being involved. He just said it. He just said it. And basically what I just said, our fans are we have a higher expectation. I'm not saying A.D. Robinson. I'm not calling him stupid or nothing like that. That man is smart at what he do, but at the same time, you gotta understand. We gotta figure out what's like. To me, like we could all say, well, it's easy to get the people to come in and stuff like that. It's easy to get it's easy to try to, to you want to recruit this, that, and the third. But at the same time, this is just what my man said. The bats have been hot, the pitching has not, and the defense is in the middle of the road. So what he means by that is that we have some starting pitchers who can hold their own. They can go deep into later innings and not having to rely on the bullpen. But then when we get into it, our middle relief is terrible.
Alex's spine was 0 for 5 against
Zero.
Jackson State. 7-6 was the final there.
We didn't sweep FAMU. We didn't sweep Bethune. We had a hard time with Alabama
It'll
State.
be important when Jay Walker walks in.
Oh yes. Now you know the ESPN crew is here. So
Yeah.
there you go. There you go.
Yeah, we got to make sure we clean all this up.
And let me put this out. You know he's being introduced into the HBCU Football Hall of Fame.
Nice.
Yes, he is.
That's what I'm
Yes,
saying.
he is.
The tournament teams
Yes,
as a
he
whole.
is.
We've
All I know
had
is that
issues.
tomorrow
We
you
had
have
not.
water.
When we played FAMU,
Nice.
we did not sweep them. We played Bethune. We didn't sweep them. We played Grambling. We didn't sweep
Well,
them.
I can't help you there.
When we
Everybody knows Jay Walker.
when we
Man
played
from ESPN, Howard University.
Pine Bluff,
Yeah, he
I
was
think Pine Bluff was the only team where we
This is Americans.
were.
HBCU.
I think we won the series.
We got him hooked up now.
All right, let's see. Y'all got me now?
There it is.
Routine play to the
Jay,
shortstop there.
congratulations
Thank you,
for
man.
being introduced into the HBCU Football Hall of Fame. Man.
Correct title is the Black College Football Hall of
Black
Fame.
College.
So
It's in Atlanta.
it's in Atlanta, June 7th, be inducted there, and it's been a whirlwind ever since getting the news I was making it in. And so, I mean, just think about it, y'all my boys, I am, how much we respect the game and the culture. To be on a Zoom call with Willie Totten, Pernell Dickinson, Jerry Rice, I mean, all the legends, Robert Brazil. I'm like, I'm joining them dudes. I'm kind of in awe.
Right.
So it's it hasn't sunk in yet, but it's getting closer and closer, and I'm starting to feel it.
I was going to ask you, what was that like when they just called you? You just knew about that.
Not even lying. I was on my way. I was on the yard at Howard, on my way to a Howard basketball game. Me and my son are going there to see one of his high school teammates play, and I get the call from Shaq Harris, and Coach Wilson asked me about a player, for the Legacy Bowl. So we were talking about Legacy Bowl. I said, okay. And they said, oh, we meant to tell you. And so they both were on the call. James Shaq Harris and my college coach, Steve Wilson, you've been selected for the Black College Football Hall of Fame. So I was at Howard where it all started for me and all that. So I was like, the timing was perfect.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. That's just fantastic. A lot of people may not know. Not only was he outstanding at Howard University, but he was there with the New England Patriots quarterback.
Absolutely. That was, the goals. Like, hey, the legacy carrier. That's why I think, part of it was able to get inducted to the Hall of Fame because, you got to dominate. We tell players today when we're on the road calling their games, if you want to make to the next level, at this level, you have to dominate. And I knew that message was clear. So myself and Steve McNair and John Theory and Robert Porche, we dominated. And that still hasn't changed. You have to dominate when you come from the HBCUs to get an opportunity to play at the next level. What's going on in the game here, man? I'm trying to figure it out. Who's up? Help me out.
1-0 Alabama.
Is that
State.
1-0? I thought that was a typo. It's only one run.
It's only one
That's
run
it.
so far. Charles, you got any questions for Jay Walker? Charles was down there.
Oh, I've got some trivia for you guys
he's up
about
here.
Jay Walker.
Did he bring your golf club?
I played Inverness this morning, so I'm coming from the golf course here, and may get it in tomorrow as well.
Shot down the right field line, foul.
The reason why I'm surprised, and I'm just trying to do this, is I'm assuming that Alabama State, they're going to be running out of arms pretty soon, right? I mean, this is that time of the year in the tournament where you start running out of arms. Do they have any arms left? They got
a few arms. Yeah,
okay.
They still got a few arms.
They were very good and strategic at who they used and how far their starters went.
Okay.
So they didn't really bother with too many of their arms. However, Bethune-Cookman,
they got a lot of arms.
They've got a lot of arms. Dudes, they haven't gone into their bullpen really. Coach Hernandez was saying, they have a lot of quality arms, not quantity, but the quality arms. So he's ready to go into it to get to the championship game.
Base hit by Connor McIntosh.
And he's got to be playing a little bit of strategy right now. How many arms do you use in this game going deeper? Like if Alabama State would have run away with it, then you want to hold on to some arms for tomorrow. But if not, you kind of pitch for situation to win the day so you can clinch going into Sunday.
Now, here's a bit of trivia for you guys. What organization was Jay in professional baseball? Organization. Jay is a baseball player at first. Jay is a baseball player. He fell into football.
Wow.
But he's a baseball player. Trivia.
I played in the minor leagues.
Yeah.
There you go. He was a pitcher.
Nice.
Nobody knows. I know Brett knows.
You know, I know.
Yep. Charles, don't try and Google it back there now, Charles. Don't try all that Google. See, Brett did his homework. Brett Oates did his homework.
We've got to take a short time out. When we come back, more here at the stadium, more with Jay Walker right here in
you got the JSU hater.
SWAC baseball
Jay
tournament.
Walker.
Back after this.
All right, let's get back to it. I'll see Jeremiah still in here. We still talking baseball while they talking to the big hater, Jay Walker. Mm-hmm. You try to be funny, Mr. Emmett. You try to be funny. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Okay. Anyone explain how that pop fly dropped in between Huerta and McClady in left center field? Oh my God, that was I don't even know, man. Some people say it's fielding, but if you think about it, if you start the first game starts at 9 a.m. and that is when the sun is straight. Said, "What's up, everybody?"
Sky, but other than that, absolutely,
it's hard to see out there.
Bethune-Cookman up to the plate. Armani Newton, the designated hitter, is up to bat. Jay Walker joining us here, finding out that he's going into the Black College Football Hall of Fame in Atlanta. Your cousin in Colfax will be very proud. I don't even know if he knows yet.
Oh, man. How's OC doing?
He is doing well. You know, he fought a lot of health challenges he had, and he's doing extremely well now. And you know, he did tell me if I saw you to say hello.
I got you, but don't mention family to me right now, right? Because on July 18th we're having like a Walker family reunion. I'm the host.
Oh wow!
And you know, family know how to push you there. And, you know, late registrations and all that stuff. Now go and get registered.
Oh, so what you're saying is we need to tell everybody about it. Then. There you go.
If they want to pay the registration fee, okay. But
now, before we left, we were talking about you going into the Football Hall of Fame, but we also got into a conversation earlier today about the evaluation of programs, particularly the baseball programs. You have those Bethune-Cookman, Alabama State, Jackson State. They're 30-win programs. A lot of that's hard to do in college baseball.
Mm-hmm.
How do the other, as I said, there's an arms race in SWAC baseball now with the addition of Florida A&M, Bethune-Cookman.
This shot is into right field, going back, and it is out of play.
Oh, you missed that. We supposed to say, hey, if it's fair, it's gone. He jumped on that pitch there, a little hanging breaking ball, took it for a ride. But you, as you were saying, Brett.
So how do you evaluate the programs?
You take advantage of those midweek games, like those midweek games when you play. If you're at Alabama and you're playing, you know, if you're Alabama State and you're playing Auburn on Tuesday, you throw your ace out there to show you what your ace does against big time hitters. So your pitcher, you know, your Friday start, you have to sacrifice as a coach. Hey, I know I got a weekend series, which is big versus Alabama A&M this weekend, but I owe it to this kid to give him a chance to try and shut down these Power 5 conference, Power 4 conference teams. So I think the midweek games are magnified, and you have to show that you can hit those guys and show that you can strike those guys out. And also use those midweek games to get your team ready for the type of velocity you're going to see on the pitcher's mound in the postseason, whether it's a SWAC baseball championship or if you're fortunate enough to advance to a regional.
Jay, the other thing is that, you know, you've covered a lot of HBCU sports, and now that you have the NIL and you have the portal and all of this, one of the things that you love to see, and I'll give you an example, like Robert McIntosh, I think is a great example. 4-year, sophomore now. Robert Tate, Tate Jr., 4-year kid, been in Omar Johnson's program for 4 years, and so it means a lot when you can have those guys that stay in the program those 4 years and don't move on. But realistically, we know that that's just a part of the culture now.
And they did what they could do for the program. You can't be mad when they decide to test the water. It's like you got guys, they've been in your program, they brought you success, and that you owe it to them to say, hey, how can we compete at that next level? I think that's going to be the hard part for HBCUs. How do you keep a guy? Howard University had the freshman of the year in basketball, Blake Harper. He was a freshman of the year. He was conference player of the year. What were the odds he was going to stay? I thought, should have stayed for one more year, get that development, be the man for another year. But the money's so big out there and the opportunities. So it's kind of tough. So I think as fans, we have to say we appreciate those that came to our program. If they give us 2 years, that's great. 3 to 4, got to love it. But also, as an announcer, I mean, you've seen this, and I know you've really seen this, Santori. When you think about the caliber of athlete we're seeing on the field is the best we've ever seen. I mean, you got guys that are coming out, physical guys. Maybe there was a reason they couldn't make it in the SEC or the ACC and all that, and they're coming to our programs, and we're developing those guys. So we're starting to see the athleticism trickle down, and I'm seeing better players than I've ever seen before. No knock to my generation.
Here's something we talked about earlier too. There's been talk if they come to the schools and they're being HBCUs are being used as farm leagues almost.
Yep.
Should they be compensated when that kid leaves because you have helped to develop that young man or young woman in that part? And now here comes the big Power Fives, and they're starting to cherry pick through your programs. Should they be compensated? The kids are being compensated. The coaches at the Power Fives are being compensated. You've put your time and effort into the development of the kid in your program. Should they be compensated?
Without thinking about it deeply in depth, I would say no, because at the same time, do we compensate, when a guy goes from, as we mentioned, if he goes from Auburn to Alabama State?
Yeah, but
are we compensating Auburn for that? We don't want them to start asking.
But he's choosing to come down. When I say down in
division. They're all making choices. I mean, they're all making choices. What about Tuskegee compensate, Alabama State if they lose a player? The level's there, but I mean, I haven't thought that much about it. So, the powers to the players right now. So, I'm player first, giving those guys the opportunity to choose it. Then the rest, they've got to work all that out. That's way above my pay grade. And don't have too much opinion on it. And by the way, I played for the California Angels, y'all. They don't even know the California Angels are. I was in the Angels farm system with Jim Edmonds and Garrett Anderson and all those guys.
And people didn't realize that Jay, they think he was a football player first. No, Jay had a professional contract in baseball. He's actually a baseball guy.
He went to a decent school at Howard.
I know. We tried
the academic institution that we call America's Black College.
America's College.
America's Black College.
America's Black College. Isn't that nice?
Howard has some okay guys. We'll take a time out here in Birmingham. Back after this.
They've learned how to read and write.
Oh man, Jeremiah. What you say, Jeremiah? Say you come across kids in the DFW area, at times JSU are talented. They inquire about the program but never receive any feedback. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. Or you diabolical. I wouldn't even put that on my worst enemy. Yeah. Y'all see, like I said, if you haven't been on here, I got kind of new setup, got the projector on the wall right here. Got the hats right here on the side.
You see him on national TV, you see him on everything, but he just is down to earth here.
Hey, I'm sorry.
Hey, what's up?
I'm sorry. Mary Dawn is not coming to no damn.
When I get to DC and
he ain't coming
I
to
go back home, I get to go hang out with Jay.
Mayorn, whatever his name is, he needs to get out. He needs to get out niggas nuts.
Here's another interesting fact about Jay Walker. Guess who his uncle is?
He got a lot of uncles.
He's got a real football Hall of Fame uncle, NFL from Grambling. Really? Godfather. Well, his godfather. Is it
Willie Davis?
James Shaq Harris.
Shaq Harris. Okay, yeah. No wonder that call was special. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
CJ is full of chock full of information over there.
Another ground out, looks like, to the second baseman. Cam Douglas now coming up to the plate. When Coach Vasquez meets with his new players, he asks them, what do you want to do after baseball?
Mm-hmm.
What is it that you want to do? And a lot of that is because this one is a shot down the right field line. This one's gone over the fence. Cameron Douglas with a home run with 2 outs here in the third inning.
Wow. Did you see the shot on Cam? Look how he lines up. When we show the replay, watch how he lines up in the box. Hands are back, drives the ball. Watch this. Nice and relaxed. Watch how he's relaxed. He loads up, bow. Get those hips turned. He knows it's gone. Look at him. As soon as he hits it. When he holds it up, watch what he says. He says, takes my picture.
That was a long way out there.
Wow. Alabama State swinging. Well, Vasquez said they have nothing to lose. They've got to swing the bats. Either this or they're going home. They're leaving nothing on the field.
Shot down the third baseline, foul. Devin Chandler at the plate. Swung on and fouled back. The foul ball hit the wall, scared one of the fans that's right behind the wall. Fan was standing up and sat down quickly. Well, home run here by Cam Douglas, 2-0, our score. Swung on and missed for a strike.
But as we well know, third day of the tournament.
No lead is safe.
This lead, nope.
1 run, 1 hit, no errors, nobody left. We now go to the bottom of the third inning with the score 2-0, Alabama State on top.
Well, things like Alabama State said they ain't going home, even though home ain't nothing but down the road to them. They said they are not going home. They are in here for the long haul. They only got 1 suitcase. But You know, pretty much rent is paid. I'm just chilling. We just chilling, washing clothes, just chilling and enjoying our time. But make sure y'all like the stream. Make sure you comment, share, subscribe to the channel. Also, hit that notification bell to get everything HBCU on overdrive. I'm tripping. I'm half asleep, y'all. And also make sure to hit that donation button to help out the channel. Yeah. Let's get back to it.
Score, Alabama State is on top. Swung on and missed for strikes.
Are you surprised that Alabama State has jumped out in front of Bethune-Cookman like they have?
No.
No, not whatsoever. But you know, like I said, when you take a look at both of these teams, they know each other so well, and they've played multiple one-run games. It's going to be tight. It's going to be a nip-tuck affair. So even if Alabama State jumps out quickly, you know Bethune-Cookman at some point is going to answer.
That's the thing. When you have teams that they have had tight contests throughout the year, you're not surprised. I mean, Alabama State has now built a tradition of winning. And, under their coaches, they have really done well. And so now, they can compete.
Augusto at the plate.
There's an out.
You know, that home run from Cameron Douglas, I believe that's his third home run in this tournament. And you talk about opposite field power. There's a reason why he's first team all SWAC.
Sergio Rivera now coming to the plate. Poyedo strikes out. And they say Rivera did not swing. Rivera is one of those guys, a senior on this ball club, giving counsel to some of the freshmen who are on the ball club. Darrell Lee, guys like Poyedo.
We talked to Rivera yesterday after the ball game. He's having a heck of a SWAC tournament. Came into today's game 4 of 7 at the plate, has 3 RBIs in this tournament.
Yeah, Rivera was 3 for 4 against Alabama State in that 9-8 win. 2 RBI and 2 runs.
It's kind of interesting. The outfield is kind of shading more towards right field. A lot of room in between center and left.
Swung on and missed for a strike.
And it may be just the way they're going to pitch Rivera.
This was happening to Bethune-Cookman yesterday, and then they came alive.
Yeah.
So it's only 2-0.
Another strike. 2-2 to count.
When you meet these guys down in the dugout, you see the personalities.
Oh, yes.
Of these guys. They're more than one-dimensional athletes. You were talking about. Ooh.
Here's a shot into left center. This one will drop for a base hit.
Yeah, we were just saying there's room over there.
There you go. All right. So let's see if Bethune-Cookman gets something going here at the bottom of the third. But they're more than just baseball players, football or athletes. Let's put it that way. You've had an opportunity to meet so many other people that have impressed you. Like you have a piano player and a guy who is a farmer. A farmer, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the thing is that you have so many of these guys have talents that you don't even think about. Jonathan Wallace, who was a kick great Grambling, played piano just extremely well. Met one of the. I was an offensive lineman when we were at media day. As a matter of fact, he was a farmer. He had just come from the farm a few days before to come to media day with to talk about the team and what have you. You've got guys who were biology members, and I can't remember the kid Ezra Lee from Alabama State, and he was a running back. I mean, he was not only a great running back. He was there for a long time. Seems like he was there 10 years. You call him Uncle and Grandpa, but he was also extremely intelligent and went on to get his degree, getting his master's, and then getting into like biology, bioscience and things like that. So I think that's a part of the complete person that when you start asking these athletic directors and these coaches, what is it that these players are doing after the game is over? They're really getting into what they're passionate about, what they love. Some get into athletics as far as administration. Kevin Granger is a prime example.
Absolutely.
Jason Cable, another doctor. Jason Cable, Dr. Kevin Granger. I mean, these are all guys that we saw play basketball at Texas Southern and at Alcorn. And so now these guys are, doctors, and they're over athletic departments. Ashley Robinson.
Robinson, exactly.
He's now at AD of the year again nationally.
My AD up at UAPB.
Yeah.
He was quarterback
Yeah.
up there at UAPB. So there's a ball call.
We have a balk.
So, I think it's something to be said about when you have these kinds of examples as athletic administrators that have gone on and gotten their PhDs, and they played in the SWAC, played at a high level, all conference. Kevin Granger, all conference. Jason Cable, all conference. It says something about what these players can do. Some say they want to play and move forward. And there was a question that I heard a coach tell a player, and he says, "When do you know that it's time to give up the dream? When do you know? When is it time to let it go?" And it's a hard question for a lot of players to answer because they're just like, I don't know. When is it time to say, "Hey, it's run its course. Now what do I do now?" So.
And that's very interesting that you talk about that, because that's been kind of the emotional aspect of when it's over, and you see the tears and the hugs when teams have been eliminated, and guys who've been playing this sport for since they were 5-6 years old, and you watch their final game. It really is a heart tugging moment.
It is.
Chris Robinson was the AD I was thinking of at UAP. Yes,
yeah.
indeed.
Great quarterback. So, those are all things that these players decide. Some players, great example, Milt Barney.
Yeah.
Milt Barney played at Grambling State University. He's not very tall, but very effective, can hit the ball well. He's the head coach now at Miles College.
At Miles College, exactly.
And doing extremely well.
Wow.
Well, I tell you what, Rivera was on his horse.
Yes, he was.
He was. Watch when he takes off. Watch this. He's like,
Great jump over there. I thought
Ooh,
the catcher still had a shot there. Great slide. Great slide.
Yeah. If he holds on, I think he's going to be called out.
Got to hold on to the ball.
But you have to be aggressive. Bethune-Cookman, this is got to get guys in position.
And a walk. Daniel Figueroa takes a walk.
These are the little things right here. Now watch this. On third base, whatever how deep the third baseman plays is how far you're going to come down the line. Because he's giving that to you. So there's no reason to stay close to the bag, because he's not going to get to the bag on a throw before you.
Right. I got to give credit to Coach Jonathan Hernandez. That was a gutsy call with one out.
Oh, yeah.
Still in third. Trying to manufacture a run as you come back up here to the top of the line up here with Bethune-Cookman.
Here's a shot into the glove of the second baseman for the second out of the inning.
That's a big out. Getting Darryl Lee out.
Big out. You still have guys on the corners. So you still got to put the ball in play.
Now the SWAC home run king steps in, Andre Martinez.
Now, I'm taking a risk. I'm letting my guy on first to get him in run. I'm stealing.
With
I'm
2
stealing
outs.
with 2 outs because I'm at third. If he goes that way, he's either going to try to fake me and I'll put a man into scoring position. But if I see him wind up, I'm telling him, get down the line.
But do you want to take a chance on ending the inning out there at second?
I don't think they're going to make the throw. I think they're so worried about third because if he's not going to make the throw, I'd rather give him. I mean, it's a chess game.
Yeah. And with 2 outs, I'm gonna throw it down. I'm gonna try to get the runner. You got a 2-run lead. Let it go through. Take the chance and see what happens. He's gone. They had
He's got to come back now.
a little hit and run action on.
There you go.
I see you, Coach Jonathan Hernandez. He's got him moving over there.
This one's going to be into center field. Caught. That's a big out.
That was a huge out.
2 men left on base for Bethune-Cookman. There in the 3rd inning. We go to the top of the 4th. 2-0 Alabama State. Back after this. Back in Birmingham, in Alabama State, to the plate. Fabian Santana, who grounded down to the second baseman in the 1st inning. First pitch is low. Talking about being an athletic director, and that is a hard job.
Yeah. We
Very
saw
hard job.
Reggie Theus up in the stands.
Yep.
He was here. You said that he does a good job of supporting all of his sports.
You have a very impressive crop of athletic directors in the Southwestern Athletic Conference. Very progressive individuals in terms of some of the things that you see them doing, not only administratively, but even more importantly, from a business perspective. It's really doing a great job of marrying the HBCU brand with good sports business.
And that was a line out right to the shortstop, and there's one down.
Very nice job there. Lito, look at him. Stretch out. Boom. There. Shortstop.
Yeah, I believe as an AD, I think you have to be a people person. You have to listen well. I think that's key. You got to be able to listen. Know how to be innovative. Know how to create good partnerships, not just relationships.
Strategic partnerships.
Strategic
Yeah.
partnerships. Yeah, I think it's really important.
Mm-hmm. Paul Bryant at Alabama
Alabama
A&M.
A&M.
He's
Oh,
another
man.
great one. Exactly.
But down the line, and
Oh, that was a
runner is
beaut.
going to be safe. That,
That
was
was a beaut.
great bunt.
The art of bunting. Watch how he squares around. Boom. He doesn't punch at the ball. He lets the ball come to him. When you're bunting, it's just like having a glove. The bat actually becomes your glove. You don't punch at the ball when you catch it. Do not punch at the ball when you bunt. Just let it come to you. And as soon as it makes it, pull it back just a little bit to absorb that energy. Boom, let it die.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've had people tell me, well, why shouldn't I bunt? Punch, because if you punch, you're going to put spin on the ball, and that's what causes the pop up.
So you're saying you want to reduce the amount of torque.
That's it. Boom. As soon as it hits, boom, you pull back. If you just pull back quarter of an inch, boom, to absorb that energy, bam, that ball's going to come and die. Now, obviously, if you wanted to move down the line, you just keep it there and let it hit as hard, and you hold it rigid. Boom. That's physics.
Mm-hmm.
Swung on into left field. This may drop for a fair ball. No, it's going to be caught. Great catch out there in left.
Go back to the point we were talking about with athletic directors. Had an opportunity to sit down and listen to Dr. Paul Bryant and Dr. Jason Cable, the HBCU Sports Symposium at Texas Southern, presented by Dr. Cavill. Dr. Cavill is here in the stadium, but the plans that they have for the Magic City Classic, I mean, strategic partnerships that they're setting forth with regards to Alabama A&M and Alabama State, really exciting. It's got to be really exciting for those fan bases. Really looking forward to some of the things that they're really trying to put together with regards to these two great institutions.
Six to 3 on the putouts. No runs, one hit, no errors, one left. 2-0 Alabama State as we go to the bottom of the fourth. We'll take this timeout. Back after this.
Hey, make sure y'all hit that subscribe button. Also, make sure you hit the donation button. It's kind of crazy. There's a lot of people watching it on the Swag Digital Network, but hey, they don't have no comments turned on. So you could comment on here about anything. Of course, we've been talking about Jackson State baseball and what is next for Omar and the Omar and the crew. So a lot of, like I said, fans want to have winners. Of course, yes, Omar has won 30 games. He's won 30 games pretty much since he's been the head coach at Jackson State for baseball, but only one SWAC title in the last 11 years since he's been the head coach at Jackson State. Got close to it last year. We all know what happened. We lost to Grambling last season in the SWAC tournament final. A couple years ago, again, went to the tournament final and losing to Southern. But there are some things that concern me about, the baseball team and what's going on with the baseball team. But other than that, game should be. This is a very interesting game. This is the number one seed. Bethune-Cookman is already down to Alabama State. Alabama State says they're not going home no time soon. They packed the bag to stay in Birmingham. Man was on his giddy up right there.
One out here for Bethune-Cookman. And now coming up, Armani Newton. This one fouled off. That pitch in there for a strike. Well, I'm gonna tell you, one of the things that we talk about programs, the success of our HBCUs will start with presidents understanding how important athletics is as the window to the university. It starts there. If the presidents understand that, it makes the athletic director's job easier, or I should say, they can do their job more freely.
What do they say? Athletics is the front porch to the university.
It is.
Absolutely.
Because you're not going to have more eyes on your school and program than you will during an athletic event. All you got to do is look at every single time a university goes to a championship game or goes into an NCAA tournament, the amount of applications that when people want to go up. Alabama, when Grambling went to the NCAA tournament, went to the first round in Purdue, applications gone up, interest goes up. The amount of people logging on to find out about your university goes up because that's the largest audience that you will have for recruiting at that point. So I think understanding that and how important that is really get you to understand how important athletics is.
And we've absolutely seen that with the Celebration Bowl. When you take a look at it, North Carolina A&T had their great run. Their applications went up in North Carolina A&T. As I understand it, Jackson State, their applications have gone up. We saw that happen with regards to, as you mentioned, Grambling with Alcorn, and the exposure that these schools are getting with the advent of the Celebration Bowl has been tremendous in terms of being a game changer and taking a look at where we are within this HBCU athletics landscape.
Yeah, but I think it starts with the presidents. If
Absolutely.
the presidents understand that, it helps the athletic directors flow more freely.
No doubt about it.
This is the best marketing that you can ever get for your university. Look, we're broadcasting this baseball game right now. There's somebody out in Wisconsin or there's somebody in Nebraska, a kid that's like, Bethune-Cookman, what is that? Where is that? Alabama State.
Yeah.
That would have never even thought about it. Now they're seeing, look, right now in Nebraska, it's 40 degrees.
Absolutely.
And they're down here, sunshine, people in short sleeves.
Absolutely. And then it's kudos to the HBCU fan base in terms of wanting to see the product, especially Dr. McClellan has brought Swag Digital to life, and now everybody has an opportunity week in, week out to see their favorite HBCU program, whether you're talking about football, basketball, broadcasting this Swag baseball tournament, and these athletes, they get the exposure that they need.
Yeah. You have to continue to do that, but again, it has to be about thinking forward.
No doubt about it.
The way of and that's all, not just HBCUs, but everybody with technology now. You're able to have you're basically your own network that features your product.
No doubt.
And you're putting your product out. You're also letting them know, those coaches, they know that they're coming down here, and they're going to have their programs being seen, and they have to be able to produce.
I tell you what, Shaddai Cologne, he is doing a great job keeping this difficult Bethune-Cookman offense at bay thus far. Alabama State on top 2-0. And I tell you what, they are putting on a show defensively. They've gotten it done.
We follow pizza drivers, make sure the customers get a Pepsi.
Pizza guy. Pepsi guy. Is that legal?
It's a gray area.
Not going anywhere, pal.
To enhance your pizza's flavor.
That's the perfect combo.
Yeah, he's still following me. Probably stupid marketing stunt.
Hey, HBCU friends and fam, spread the word. The Retool Your School program is back and making a bigger impact than ever before. For more than 15 years, we've been making a difference by helping HBCUs build what they need to take their campuses to the next level. From lounges for ideation and collaboration to gardens that beautify campuses. This year, we're showing up in a big way, helping HBCUs shine with over $3 million in Retool Your School grants. Find out more at retoolyourschool.com. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
And welcome back to the SWAC Digital Network. Bethune-Cookman and Alabama State. As we move here to the top of the fifth inning, Pablo Torres, 66 pitches in here, taking on Isaiah Landry for the Alabama State Hornets. Nice pitch in there for a strike.
Landry has been a thorn in their side today. Landry has played really well throughout the tournament.
He's played really well throughout the tournament. As that one skips in the dirt. Wind freshens up out there in center field, blowing out to a little bit towards right center out there, Brett.
Yeah, it is. At one point, as you know, earlier today, this is what makes this park so different. It was dead out there at one point. I mean, it was going in no direction.
And we've seen the wind kind of swirl a little bit. We've seen it, freshen up a little bit more during the course of the day and at night instead of dead calm.
Yeah.
Swung on foul.
This is such a well put together facility. Now, to be since 1910, the historic Rickwood Field.
And we've talked about, all the imagery around Rickwood Field. I mean, you talk about wake up the ghost of Negro League past. I mean, it has been beautiful to come to this facility day in, day out, and just enjoy the sights and scenes of Rickwood Field.
Yeah, just all the people that, you look in here, you've got Reggie Jackson played here. Vida Blue played here. You had Dizzy Dean played here. Ty Cobb. Jackie Robinson. Josh Gibson.
Yeah.
And those are just the ones that we're just running across.
Absolutely.
Going out to right center, and it goes against the wall.
Oh.
And we're going to hit Charlie Huff.
We were just talking about the wind, and it looked as though the wind kind of just pushed that a little bit further. I thought it was just a easy can of corn initially, but Darrell Lee kept drifting back, and that one goes off the fence.
Yeah. Wow, because he was tracking it, like he thought he had it, and
And none other than the dangerous Juan Cruz. He already has an RBI in this game. I should say he's gone 1 for 2. but he has 7 hits in this tournament, 7 of 13 for the nation's leading hitter.
I don't see how anybody is having a year like him throughout the nation. Anybody.
I mean, he has a very sweet stroke. He's hit a lot of balls right back up the middle.
And that goes into left field. Base hit and a run scores.
You know, Jose Vasquez says about him, really what stands out about him, says not him being a baseball player, he's a really good guy.
No doubt about it. You could tell I talked to him, post-game celebration. He's a team first guy.
So he said you can't help but to be happy for a guy who's having success like he is.
Absolutely. As he hit that one in between third and short. I call it the 5.5 hole. Tony Gwynn made that.
There you go.
Made that one famous over there.
Tony Gwynn. Woo.
How many base hits did he hit between shortstop and third? Man.
1-1 the count with just 1 out here in the inning. That was Isaiah Landry. He flew out to the left fielder. And again, a lot of baseball still to be played.
Oh, a lot. It's only top of the 5th.
Yep.
And both of these teams are so explosive.
Winning in thirds is what coaches tell you. You have the first, second, third inning. You're feeling everybody out. You're seeing how everybody is responding, what your pitching is doing, how the bats are going. That middle third thing comes up. That's where you're starting to establish, if you're going to be able to go a little further with your pitcher, if you're going to have to maybe make a couple changes just because of the fact that the bats aren't swinging the way that they need to. It's that latter third thing.
Right.
The middle third sets up that latter third. If you can stay within striking distance going into the 7th inning, then you're in good shape. It's teams that tend to not be able, and your tendencies of your team. If your team has a tendency not to be a comeback team and you're down 3, 4, 5 runs going into the 7th, it's going to be a little bit more difficult.
6-4-3 opportunity.
6-4-3 double play. And that retires Alabama State. 1 run, 2 hits, 1 error, and 1 left on base. We go to the bottom of the 5th with the score 3-0. Alabama State back after this.
A history of winning started with the 65 Gators losing steam, losing sweat.
We've identified the problem. What is the solution?
A drink scientifically designed to hydrate better than water so they could sweat more, win more, and change the game forever.
Boom, bop, boom, 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 bop, bam. Naturally, we called our stuff Gatorade.
Fun, memories, friendship. We're here for all of it. Here for the big moments and the small ones too. We're here for unforgettable triumph, momentary misfortune, and the impromptu throwdown. We're out here each day, chasing something great. Call it adventure, call it play, we call it fun. Academy Sports and Outdoors. Have fun out there.
Back here in Birmingham, 2025 SWAC baseball tournament. Alabama State now at the plate, up 3-0. And Shadad Cologne, who has a 12.64 ERA coming into this game, 1-0 on the season and 16 strikeouts. So far, 5 strikeouts in this game through 5 innings.
You know, his off-speed stuff has really been really good today. He's had Bethune-Cookman out on their front foot quite a bit. It'll be interesting to see if they kind of move up in the box a little bit to see if they can catch up to that off-speed stuff he's throwing.
Exactly. You know, when you speed him up, you know, and that's the sequence that a pitcher's going to be throwing that stuff to you. You know, speed you up, slow you down, or the reverse.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
this one off the foot of the shortstop.
Oh,
let's see how they're going to score that.
Wow, what happened there?
Well, I know how I'm going to score.
I know how you would score. That is going to be a E4.
Okay,
that's what I would have done.
All right.
Yeah.
Just
no
checking.
way that's a hit. All right, no out.
Up in the air, and it's going to be a foul.
Well, we'll tell you this. He better not keep it up there too high, because we'll be looking at one of these signs. We'll be talking about, there he goes. Keep it low. Try to keep it as low as possible within the bottom of the strike zone. So he's either going to get on top of it and hit a grounder, or get under it and pop it up. When you get in troubles, when you make that mistake, and you've seen everybody here in the SWAC will pound you when you make that mistake.
So Fabian Santana, he started out this at bat down there at third base, in on the carpet, but he's backed up even with the bag now.
And they are going to keep Fernandez honest at first base.
You know, I find myself always looking out there at Old Glory and at a dead calm out there right now. So
I like the way Centurion described it earlier. What's it doing out there?
It's chilling.
It's chilling.
It's chilling.
Yes, indeed.
Excellent job.
They were able to get one.
There you go. Young ladies and young men, anytime you're playing, get the lead runner. That was exactly what you do. Gravy is if you can pull the two, but gotta have that lead runner.
Nice job that time by Juan Cruz, ranging to his left. Make him throw down the second. Easy play.
And now Sergio Rivera had a hit back in the third inning.
Sergio Rivera with 5 hits in the tournament now.
This one straight up in the air. Two outs.
Got to give credit to Cologne. I mean, like you mentioned, he came in with a 12 ERA, but he's done a tremendous job of kind of keeping Bethune-Cookman's bats at bay thus far in this game.
Cologne is not trying to overthrow. This is what we've been looking at, guys that get excited He's throwing to contact. He's throwing to his spot. He's not trying to burn you up with 90, 90, 98. He's not trying to do that. He is staying within himself.
Swung on down the third baseline foul.
And we see it every year. There's always a pitcher you did not quite expect, but they have that yeoman performance. We saw it in the prior game. So
This one up in the air. Great job catching that ball in foul territory. No runs, no hits, no errors. One man left. Top of the sixth inning. 3-0 Alabama State. Back after this.
A history of winning started with the 65 Gators, losing steam, losing sweat.
We've identified the problem. What is the solution?
A drink scientifically designed to hydrate better than water, so they could sweat more, win more, and change the game forever.
Boom, 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 bam. Naturally, we called our stuff Gatorade.
We follow pizza drivers, make sure the customers get a Pepsi.
Pizza guy. Pepsi guy. Is that legal?
It's a gray area.
Not going anywhere without me.
To enhance your pizza's flavor.
That's the perfect combo.
Yeah, he's still following me. Probably a stupid marketing stunt.
The SWAC, the premier athletic conference in the nation. A collection of schools rich in tradition, pride, and pedigree. Sacrifice, winning, allegiance, champions. We are the SWAC, building champions for life.
Hey, HBCU friends and fam, spread the word. The Retool Your School program is back and making a bigger impact than ever before. For more than 15 years, we've been making a difference by helping HBCUs build what they need to take their campuses to the next level. From lounges for ideation and collaboration to gardens that beautify campuses, this year we're showing up in a big way, helping HBCUs shine with over $3 million in Retool Your School grants. Find out more at retoolyourschool.com. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
Ooh, Alabama State better do something. I mean, Bethune, I'm tripping. Bethune better do something.
Daniel Chapman up to bat now for Alabama State.
Oh, Lord.
As we get into the top half of the sixth inning.
Oh, need no doubt. Oh, need no doubt. Yeah, we're arguing about if I need a nap or not.
Yes.
Don't need no doubt.
There's a shot up the middle.
Good short stroke. Took that right back up the middle.
Nice. Compact.
Bam. Fabian Santana now coming to the plate. comes into the game. Freshman, 295. Played in 38 games, started in 32. 16 RBI. And what you see now is slight differences in the lineup.
Yeah.
Just slight
Woo!
differences. Oh, man. He got hit.
Oh, it got him. Wow. You get hit in the face
Look at this.
like that. He had no.
They got him right in the top of the helmet or top of the head, it looks like. Oh, yeah, he's going to sit down for a minute.
Yeah.
It hit him like right. It looked like it did hit him right in the top of the bill. And looking at that replay.
It absolutely jarred him, you know, in terms of hitting him in the top of the bill there.
Yeah, he's sitting up. You know, that's good to see him sitting up talking. You know, you're getting yourself together. You took a shot. Making sure.
Yeah, the way he fell down at first, it was
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you really hate to see that.
Yeah, it's always tough to see. I mean, whenever I see an individual, you know, especially square up the bunt, I think of Dickie Thon.
Yeah.
While we have this injury timeout, let's take a timeout here. Rick Whitfield here in Birmingham. The Alabama State Hornets up 3-0. Take a timeout. Back after this.
Yep, let's hope that he is okay, man. It's kind of crazy to get beamed like that. But yeah, shoot. Ready for media day. As always, like I said, we got media day coming up in July. I think he got beamed, Jeremiah. So yeah, I'm ready for SWAC Media Day. Go ahead. So Media Day will be in Birmingham at the Birmingham Sheraton Hotel, July 16th. Start time is at 10 a.m. You can watch this on the ESPN, or you can watch me. We'll start around 9 o'clock. Just go ahead. We will be going around making donations, ask for donations for this trip in July. So we'll start that around next month and kind of keep it going all the way up until the beginning of July. So that's how we're going to do this right here. But Football Media Day is coming up. So that's what's going to happen. And then, you know, we got some other things afterwards.
Don't know. We're going to look at the replay. But either way, he had to come out of the game. Either way, you could can cuss. And I think you brought up a good point, Charles, when we were talking about this. Here's the pitch. It looked like he got him right in the bill.
Well, I'm sure it's something that you have to review. I mean, and I know that's probably what Jonathan Hernandez came out to ask in terms of what exactly happened on that particular pitch.
Yeah, absolutely.
The officials are talking about it now.
So I'm curious on the replay. Let's see here.
You see him wind up for that bunt, and there comes the ball.
So the question is, did it hit him? It does
definitely-
look like it ricochets off of him.
Even if it hits his helmet, he's hit.
Well, just from looking at it, I guess I'm sure the question from Bethune-Cookman is, did it hit Escobar's glove or did it actually hit the batter? So, and I'm curious if that's what they're looking at right now. Okay, so he is awarded first base.
Yep. So now pinch hitting or pinch running for him will be Quentin Jenkins. Quentin Jenkins will be at first base.
No. That was we were going to get him for the second. Joe. He's with the Friends of Rick Lewis.
Now Alex Espaya will come to the plate. Three to nothing our score. Alabama State on top of the sixth inning.
Now, Pablo Torres, he's 84 pitches in. Now, I'm curious what that little lull in action might do in terms of throwing his rhythm off. And I'm sure Alabama State's trying to move some runners up here. Woo.
There's a bunt.
Good play.
Throw over to first, not in time, but they do get the runner at third.
Great execution.
Yeah.
Great execution on that.
Let's take a look at that bunt one more time.
That's exactly why you saw that right there. And the shortstop goes to cover third. Boom. Get the lead runner.
I like Andre Martinez coming down real quick and making a decisive move towards third. He was going to throw toward the shortstop on that play. Great job. Like you said, great execution by Bethune-Cookman's defense.
No pitch.
And there's a timeout being called, I believe.
Looks like an equipment issue.
Well, we saw this yesterday where Bethune-Cookman, they would have the shortstop run in front of the runner.
Yes.
And you saw that that defensive play there and worked to great execution.
Yeah, I like how they execute that.
Swung on, foul. 3-0 our score here in the top of the sixth. And perfect 4-6-3 double play.
All right, going into the bottom of the 6th. Nice execution.
No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 2 men left on base.
Wow, I like that right there. Second baseman, how he.
We'll take this time out from here in Birmingham. Back after this.
That double play. Oh man, it's a good game. It's a good game so far, but you know, Bethune-Cookman still look like they still sleep at the hotel. Hey, sir, it's a double elimination game. All you got to do is just beat these bumblebees, and they go home. They go home. They go home. All you have to do is just send their ass on home down the road. Ain't like they gotta go far. Montgomery to Birmingham ain't that far. You know they say it's down the street. Send their ass home. Now I think what I'm gonna do for a show, y'all, and y'all hear me out, is I am going to, Bethune is seeded number 1. I am going to do some things as far as coming up with some nicknames for schools during football season. And I've already got 3 of them on here so far. So, of course, if you want to choke out, this is from the other night. Of course, Tyrese Halliburton put clamps on him, choked him out, choked out the Knicks, and decided that this is my game right here. But other than that, I'm just letting y'all know this is what we're gonna do. We got some y'all see it, battery reach tech. I'm being very petty with it. And some more. So just look out for that when that comes around.
Bethune-Cookman up to the plate here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Darrell Lee up to bat.
Darrell Lee, one of our.
Good throw. Oh, man. Just launched it a little bit too much.
One of our outstanding freshmen, Darrell Lee, that we've been talking about all tournament, was able just to pull the second baseman for Alabama State just a little too far, couldn't get his feet up under him. Got a great play to get to it. And Espinock just couldn't get his feet set. Looked like it slipped a little bit, actually.
I want to see how they're going to score that here. I mean, if you were going to score that, would that be an error? An E4?
Huh. The reason I would
F9 on the put out there.
I would have to give him an error on that simply because it was hit, it was doable, he could get to it.
And just got the official score, single.
Are they going to be a single? Okay.
That was going to be a tough one.
I would like to ask why.
Because maybe the type of throw it was.
Okay.
0-1 the count, where Alabama State has been cooking.
Man on first, one out. Rodriguez.
Swung on and missed.
Wow, he slowed that one up, baby. He really slowed that one up. That's the pitch mix that you need.
Yeah, I mean, that off-speed pitch has really been working for him today.
Well, of course, Coach Hernandez, speaking with Rodriguez, 1-2 the count with one out. Game still far from over here in the top of the sixth, bottom of the sixth inning.
That Grambling game earlier was, I don't know what was wrong. That was ridiculous.
Smiley does a
Basically,
really good job of
came in and Debo them
protecting that ball, keeping it from going back to the wall, advancing the runner. Nice job.
Easy play.
Two away. That's what he said. Two away.
Let's look
Nice.
at it one more time.
Yeah, nice hustle. Ooh, I think it surprised. He got tangled up. No problem. No problem. It's good. Just athletic play. Everybody's ran into each other.
Up in the air. This could be a play for the third baseman. Yes, in foul territory.
Wow, moving into the seventh inning.
No runs, one hit, no errors, one man left. Seventh inning, ladder third, 3-0. Alabama State. Back after this.
Fun, memories, friendship. We're here for all of it. Here for the big moments and the small ones too. We're here for unforgettable triumph, momentary misfortune, and the impromptu throwdown. We're out here each day, chasing something great. Call it adventure, call it play, we call it fun. Academy Sports and Outdoors. Have fun out there.
Hey, HBCU friends and fam, spread the word. The Retool Your School program is back and making a bigger impact than ever before. For more than 15 years, we've been making a difference by helping HBCUs build what they need to take their campuses to the next level. From lounges for ideation and collaboration to gardens that beautify campuses, this year we're showing up in a big way, helping HBCUs shine with over $3 million in Retool Your School grants. Find out more at retoolyourschool.com. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
back here in Birmingham. Alabama State trying to get to tomorrow against Bethune-Cookman. And for Bethune, they win tonight. They go to the championship game Sunday. Alabama State wins. The two teams play for a deciding game 2 tomorrow. Up in the air, and it's foul.
Kyler McIntosh at the plate.
Shot into left field. And at first,
A little interesting conversation with Tyler McIntosh before the game. He's saying this is his, he wants to fight because this is going to be his last. This could be his last game.
Mm-hmm.
And he said he loved his experience in time at Alabama State. He just had a lot to say. He almost got choked up emotional about it. That, you know, he said, I came there and the opportunities and people that I met there, and it just have it. He said, I just have a strong feeling about Alabama State.
people and experiences make the difference.
Yeah.
Oh, they say that's a strike. And so that's strike three.
2 away. Top of the 7th.
Kevin Augusto. He scored twice. He got a triple, a single. That pitch misses. But one of the hardest hits to get in the cycle is a triple. He has that already. And he has a single, so if he got a double.
I can tell you, Mr. Emmett, Chicago State will still have football.
I saw that ball.
They are starting the
He held on to
season
it too late, a little too tight.
next year in 26. So they will definitely have football at Chicago State.
That pitch is a strike.
You know, guys, you can say this about Pablo Torres for Bethune-Cookman. He really kept them in the game. Now it's up to Logan Wirt to make sure he keeps his Alabama State offense off balance.
Absolutely.
Swung on down the third baseline foul. Logan Wirt on the mound for Bethune-Cookman. And Logan Wirt, 4.05 ERA, 0-2 on the season. 3 games started.
No, that is UTRGV is starting this year, 2025.
Right to the third baseman. 3 up, 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. We go to the 7th inning stretch here in Birmingham. Three to nothing our score. Back after this.
Hey, HBCU friends and fam, spread the word. The Retool Your School program is back and making a bigger impact than ever before. For more than 15 years, we've been making a difference by helping
Oh my goodness.
HBCUs build what they need to take their campuses to the next level.
So this year is UTRGV that's going to be having football. They're starting their football program, and next year it will be Chicago State. So. But other than that, yeah, I'm just saying, the Thugs acting like they don't want to go. I mean, they want to go home. The Thugs acting like they want to go home. And Bama State said, I ain't going home. They're not going home. But yeah, when it getting towards football season, we get all these rosters finalized and everything, we'll start talking more and more and more about football. And pretty much the games I'm actually going to be going to this year. So got plenty. So we should be fine. Games back up.
Bottom of the 7th inning. There you see the players from Florida A&M University awaiting their turn to come out onto the field as they will play the Grambling State University Tigers coming up game number 4 here on day 3. And of course, Home Depot Bethune School program has been absolutely fantastic for schools across the Southwestern Athletic Conference. They've had an opportunity to get $50,000 from the Home Depot in order to make improvements for students across their campuses. Coming to the plate for Bethune-Cookman, going to be Jose Venegas. Struck out twice in this ball game.
Yeah, Bethune
Here we are in the 7th inning, Brett.
They played
We're talking about
marvelous.
Bethune-Cookman has not scored yet.
But it's not over for Bethune-Cookman until they get the last out.
Now it's not over.
As we've seen, Bethune-Cookman can explode at any time. However, who's keeping them so off balance is Alabama State's Cologne. He has been doing have you would put it, a yeoman's job out there.
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable through 7 innings. He's keeping them off balance. Not so much it's all gas, but he's got a great mix. His off speed is off speed. And then he hits them with a little gas, slow it up outside, and they're swinging. So now they're still, I think Bethune-Cookman's going to start to push.
Shadai Cologne hitting that outside part of the plate.
Oh, we thought he had him.
You know, it's obviously he's in sync with what the umpire is calling the strike. So he's nipping on the edges, and if the ump is giving it to him, he's staying right out there.
Try to go on inside.
Charles, what's going to be ultra important for Bethune-Cookman is to just get base runners.
I mean, I think that's imperative. I mean, you get some base runners, and you get some things going. You get the feel good starting to go. There you go.
That starts somewhere. Here's a really interesting fact. They've got a few hits. They got 1 base runner in the 6th inning, talking about Bethune-Cookman. 2 base runners in the 5th inning. None in the 4th. 1 in the 3rd. None in the 2nd. None in the 1st. So they've had very few opportunities on the bags.
Cologne has just kept him so off balance. And when they've gotten on base, he's had him hit into double plays.
Absolutely.
You and Charles said there's always a guy in the tournament
straight up in the air
you don't expect, and he ends up being the show pony.
First out. Cologne has thrown 87 pitches.
Y'all help the man out. Y'all hit something to the cash out.
87 pitches, and he's in the bottom of the seventh.
And it's been kind of very interesting to kind of take a look at Cologne. It's been an interesting mix: 9 fouls, 5 ground outs.
Mm-hmm. And just think about it. He's in the 7th inning now.
Right.
And for the season, 21.2 innings pitched.
So not a lot of innings on his arm.
But he looks relaxed to me.
Yeah.
Does he look like that to you? He doesn't. Yeah. He's not rushing through his mechanics. He's on the mound.
He's had 15 2/3 innings pitched coming into this game. He's already pitched 6 innings. He's got 5 strikeouts. When he came into this game, he had a total of 16.
So kind of the question, when you don't have, a lot of innings on the arm, at what point does he run out of gas? What is that? Where is that line of demarcation with regards to the pitch count?
Let's just put this in perspective for you. His longest outing of the season before this game here was against Auburn, 4 innings pitched, March the 18th. And so 2 aboard now. He had 5 strikeouts against Mercer.
I see Vasquez at the top of that step of the dugout, so I think you'll probably see what's going on right here. I don't see anybody down there for Alabama State in the dugout. Do you, Charles? Oh, yeah, I do.
Yep.
I see there's activity in the dugout.
I mean, look, if I had to be honest, Coach Vasquez has to be pleased that you got Cologne here, who's got right at a 16 or 12 ERA coming into this ball game. His longest outing was 4 innings. The most strikeouts he's had in the game was 5, and that was against Mercer, and he's eclipsed all of those. 4 innings pitched against Auburn. That's the longest outing he's had.
Wow.
Yeah, it's one of the storylines we see every year. We always see a pitcher we didn't expect, and he looks like an ace for a day.
And that's all you need when you want to get to the next round.
Exactly.
There's a ball. Now I can see if he loads the bases here that he may go to the bullpen.
Yeah.
Wind is freshened up out there, blowing out the right field.
Well, you don't want to give Rivera a reason to hit it there. That's a ball. 3-1 now. And a walk.
I don't see Vasquez making a move.
Man. They loaded.
There it is. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's going to be it.
Yeoman work today from Cologne.
Oh, man.
Yeoman work.
You guys, Vasquez has to be extremely pleased with his performance.
And again, this is the best outing Cologne has had all year long. He may just let him try to work it out for one.
Oh, that's what it looks. Okay.
He's leaving him in there, and we talked to him in the prior game. You know, he talked about just having a feel for his pitcher, reading his body language. Malone said, I still have more.
It's kind of.
That's one thing about pitchers. They always have more. they will never tell you I'm done.
Bases loaded.
One out, middle infielders, they're going to play back for the double play. Corners will be up.
Yeah, I think if you lose the batter here,
he's got to go.
Yeah.
No shame in his performance.
Oh, no.
No shame.
That's a strike.
Good tight fastball on that outside corner.
Mm. 101 pitches now for Cologne. Oh! He hit the batter.
Yeah, it's time to take him out now. That's it.
And he walks the run in.
Yeah, that's going to be it. That's going to be it. You don't want to give any life. If you're at Alabama State, you don't want to give them any type of life for Bethune-Cookman. On the other side, Bethune-Cookman is like, this is exactly what we needed, and this is where we needed to be.
New pitcher in the ball game, and that is going to be it for Cologne. And I tell you what, that young man has so much to be proud of in this outing, because to get, 6 and a third innings?
Mm-hmm.
To get 6 in the third in his longest outing of the career.
And it's great seeing his teammates they're waiting for him to come off the mound. They're out there to greet him.
Yeah, I think like 6 strikeouts in this game, 5 strikeouts in this game. You know, I think there's a lot to be said about what this young man has done in saving that bullpen for Alabama State.
He's going to get a standing ovation.
Oh yeah. He deserves it.
That man pitched a hell of a game today.
Oh, yeah, that was a performance. Look at him. Yeah, all his teammates. Yeah, this is – he took him in.
Yeah.
He took him in.
Yeah, he gave all he had.
Yeah, he did.
He emptied the tank out there, and that's all a coach can ask for. Well, pitching change. We're going to take a timeout here. 3-1 is our score. Bethune-Cookman has the bases loaded. Back after this.
He pitched a hell of a game right there. Keep your bullpen fresh, because you never know you're going to need them. If you win today, you might need them tomorrow. This baseball tournament is it's a marathon and not a sprint. So anyway, everybody giving out their way too early predictions for football. I'm gonna just sit back and wait until everything comes into play. Have a good old show about some football coming in after this baseball season finishes up. And shout out to all the graduates. Shout out to all the graduates who graduated this year, this past spring. So
Nike, Gatorade, is it in you? And by Pepsi. Beautiful view of downtown, mid and uptown areas. New pitcher in the game.
LeBoy, Jonathan LeBoy.
We've seen him.
Yeah. Starts off with a strike.
Yeah, Johan LeBoy, he has been a Friday starter. Really quality arm.
1-1 to count with 1 out. Oh, they missed for a strike.
Great pitch. Pulled a string on him.
He needs 8 outs. Outside for a ball. Count is even at 2-2.
Boy, these teams, they really do play in such close ball games. 3 one-run ball games already this season. Another classic tonight.
This one up in the air. No one was there to back up that throw. The runner fell at third and it goes back, but a run did score for Bethune-Cookman. It's 3-2. And there's life.
Wow, the mental error. Oh, he missed it. He just missed. Oh, I don't know. Did he miss? No, it looks like he hit the ground. Or can't quite tell what happened. Can you, Charles? Did you know what happened with that throw?
Yeah, just the middle infielder just wasn't there, but it didn't cost him. The runner did come over to third. He is in scoring position, but he wasn't able to come around. So they're going to load the bases and play for the closest out here with 2 outs.
They are going to give an error to the left field, Dave. And now an intentional walk.
Let's see. We have the second baseman covers the bag. So the second baseman's at the bag.
3-2 is our score.
Even bigger, you took the bat out of the hands of Andre Martinez. And we know how dangerous Martinez is. He leads the SWAC at home run. So they put him on. They're going to go for the guy behind him. We're going to go after Jorge Rodriguez, 0 for 3 today.
So 2 outs here. Bases loaded. Missing for a ball. 1 out. 2 outs, rather.
2-0 pitch. You got to come to him here.
Well, you got fans on the edge of their seats. Swung on in. A foul.
Has to challenge him.
Yeah, that was a good challenge fastball.
He's got to challenge him again.
Rodriguez is not able to get around on that fastball. Let's see what happens here.
Woo. I was just going to say, look for something to come to the inside.
Had the bat head out in front on that one.
2-2 now. 2 outs. a major point in this contest.
He's going to slow him up on this one.
Three, two.
Yeah, I knew he's going to come with that. Now, okay, here's the challenge.
Full count with 2 outs.
All right, Brett, you got to give him your best stuff right here.
That right here, baby.
Joran LeBoy with the pitch. Swung on. Hit in left field. That's a base hit. And it goes all the way to the wall.
Oh, my goodness.
Base clearing hit. A triple. And Bethune-Cookman has taken the lead at 5-3.
Wow.
What an unbelievable turn of events for the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats.
These two teams, they really replay some classics. Oh, man.
We got to take medicine to watch these.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness.
They will credit.
Uh-oh, the alley cats on the ground. That's what they did.
On
The alley cats. The alley cats on the ground.
Well, this changes that momentum.
Y'all know we having a good week if the missus is watching baseball. Like I said.
It's a pinch hitter, by the way, for
It's
this is Reynaldo Plasencia. Five runs on 1 hit, 2 errors, and 1 man left. 5-3 now. Bethune-Cookman on top. Back after this.
I guess I should not have said anything too early because Bethune-Cookman just decided they want to wake up. They wanted to wake up. And them boys woke up. Shoot, hey, y'all was like, we just here so we just don't get fined. And I don't think no team in the SWAC has gotten, swept Bethune-Cookman or what's the word, won a series against them. It may be taking that short drive this evening, man. Ain't nothing but like what? About 120 miles from Birmingham back to Montgomery, back to the Gump. You know, Bethune-Cookman ain't ready to go home. Shoot, that's a long ass drive back to Daytona.
right here in Birmingham. Number 2 FAMU taking on number 5 Grambling. 30 minutes after the conclusion of this game, which has been just a thriller. Top 8 now.
Shall I do Grambling versus
Alabama
Big
State
FAMU?
will now have to put up
No?
2 runs to tie.
Okay. But it's Grambling by 100.
Juan Cruz, he's the right person for Alabama State to try to get something started.
Little defensive replacement coming in to catch now is Urban Escobar.
Grambling gonna strike them rattlers.
That's exactly what I was going to say. If you're going to have somebody to come here and try to get that momentum back for your offense, you got Cruz at the bat.
Swung on and missed.
Whew, that's a wicked curveball. That was snappy.
They got Juan Cruz. They say, no, he's safe. And they want to review this.
They're going to challenge that, I think. They're calling for a challenge.
Let's see. Here's the throw.
Because Fernandez is saying immediately when he did that, he goes,
yeah, it looks like he might be out there.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the play. Shortstop going in the hole, backhands it, and then the scoop at first.
Yeah.
No, he was out.
Yeah, it looks like he's out.
That was a play right there.
It looked like it happened at the same time, but he was out.
The footwork. Did you see his footwork and how he got it down? Nice glove. Bam.
Yeah. That ball was in that glove right before that foot touched that bag.
Looking at this replay here, just it doesn't seem like that. It seems like that he's out. That's what it seems like. The ball bounces up in his glove. Yeah, I'd have to say he was out.
Before the foot comes down?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's before the foot comes down.
It was close.
That's the other thing to look at his foot to make sure it was on the bag.
Okay, look, his glove is closed.
Yeah.
It's in there. Boom.
Yeah, I'd say he was out.
Wow, talk about a momentum change.
3-0, and now it's 5-3.
Talk about a straight momentum change. Wow. The baseball gods have struck again.
We'll look at it one more time. The backhand, recovery, plant, throw, just to get that throw off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's out.
Pulido.
He fired that from across his body.
At shortstop for Bethune-Cookman with the throw in the play.
Big call right here.
And he's out. Yep.
He's out.
Yeah. Smart challenge.
Stevie Wonder could have saw that.
Cameron Douglas, who had a home run in the third inning, did hit into a double play back in the fifth inning. Now up to bat here in the top of the eighth. That's in there for a strike. Swung on and missed strike 2. Whoa.
He went around too.
Strike 3.
Says he went.
I tell you what, that slider is sliding off the plate. Heck of a pitch.
Let's look at that one more time.
Oh, I got the pitch.
Strike out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a tough. That's a hey guys, that's
Went
a tough
around.
pitch to deal with.
Ooh, inside for a strike. We see some of the young baseball players coming in to watch today's games. It's always great to see those young players.
This is the best way that you can learn. You've got to see it done at this level and see guys doing it in real time.
That's a strike.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's 12-6 right there.
Yeah, when I saw that, I said, ooh.
When I say it's snapping, it's snapping.
Strike. Oh.
Ooh. Oh, okay. It's gonna make him challenge here.
3-2. Full count, 2 outs.
What's it going? Gas, gentlemen?
Oh, you throw it again.
Oh, here comes gas. Here comes gas.
Inside part of the plate.
Lost him.
Now here come the dangerous Hornets. What they say, stingers out. But you got the Wildcats with their claws out.
I believe that is Espinal that's back in the ball game.
I agree with you on that.
Here we go. Carlos Jasmine on the mound. Displaying his wares.
The substitution with Wilbert Espinal coming in. He's batting .319 against right-handers.
There's a strike.
Hey.
8 home runs, 38 RBIs, 11 doubles on the season for Espinal.
Not sure what the umpire could do.
I'm not quite sure what that was about.
Maybe if Espinal took a timeout or something.
Oh, okay.
And it hit him.
Hits it.
Yeah, though.
And guess what?
The plot thickens.
The tying run is at first.
Ouch. Here comes the.
Oh, this dude's gonna be a visit.
Absolutely. Here comes the shot caller right here.
Yeah. So this is just gonna be a visit. Try to get him calmed down.
Oh, without it. Yeah. Yeah, Coach Sanchez.
Well, it's really interesting. Carlos Yasmin, he was willing and dealing, and he thought he had that on a couple of occasions. He thought he had the strikeout, so it's probably sort of a gear himself back up here to kind of lock back in here on this batter.
Mm-hmm.
5-3 is our score. And 2-minute board for Alabama State. The 2-minute board were both walks with 2 outs.
Got a dangerous 330 batter.
Dials back in. However, there's going to be a battle. They're going to be trying to put this thing into play.
Alex Expiat, the freshman, 329, 45 games played. That's 2 strikes. There's a ball.
Yeah, I tried to get him to chase that slider in the dirt there.
He's looking for his pitch. He's looking for his pitch.
In the dirt. 2-2 the count. Jasmine with the pitch. Full count. Payoff pitch right here. Swung on. Throws. Oh
my God.
Foul territory. The throw way out of the range of the first baseman. A run scores. And an error.
You should have threw that to second base.
Five to 4. Wow.
Wide throw.
Well, they got what they wanted. They got him to roll over on that play, but unfortunately, just an errant throw.
Wow.
5 to 4. Swung on. That was a tough swing.
Polito at shortstop, who's made phenomenal plays all day. I thought that was, I wonder what made him pull it. Wow. That was just, comes across and just,
This is a base hit. 1 run scores. Expiat comes in. And Expiat is down on the ground.
He came in on.
It is now 6 to 5.
Play.
I mean, could this game be any? I mean, what else would you expect with these two? Oh my goodness!
Looks like cramp.
Wow.
And that definitely can happen down there.
Yes.
Well, that unearned run comes back to haunt Santori.
Do you remember we said those errors when you give them another out?
Yeah.
You give them that extra out, it will come back to haunt you.
Coach Brady talked about that earlier today. Just giving teams extra outs. Normally, they come back to bite.
And now, DeMarcus Smiley is aboard after the single. McIntosh at the plate. Outside for a ball. Just when you think it couldn't get any wilder. And here's a shot into center field. This is going to be caught for the third out. All of this happened after 2 outs.
2 quick outs.
Yes. We have got a doozy here in Birmingham. 3 runs off of 1 hit. Two errors and one left on. We'll take this time out. 6-5 our score as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Back after this.
6-5. Woo. Ooh. I'm looking at it. We looking at it right now. Y'all see the back. Y'all see the background. That way. Y'all see how it is. We got projection on the wall. We got the LED lights. We got the hats lined up in a row. But yeah. If you see the rest of the room, I got hats in front of me. I got a ghost. I got a ghost light in front of me, like a Pac-Man ghost light in front of me.
Damn. What collection?
And my whole shoe collection right there. But yeah, man, look. It's one hell of a game right now. It ain't over until the fat lady sing. And right now, that bitch humming right now. I don't know about fancy. It's just
Who said what? Excuse me?
I don't know about fancy. We just making it what we got.
What you mean you don't know about? What you mean you don't know about fancy?
Oh Lord,
this is my creation. This was my idea. So anything I think of, it is fancy to the 10th degree.
Y'all hear that?
The heck you mean you don't know about fancy?
I don't know about fancy.
Put some respect on my idea. Thank you. I love you.
This has been a crazy game.
If you don't like this right here, what's going on? You don't like children and puppies. You don't.
Wow.
You don't. You can't.
What an
Hey,
analogy.
This is great. You gotta love this.
Hey, major investment. Yes, it is. It is a major investment. Major investment is having.
Oh man!
But you know, honestly, this is when
It's
the fun
moving her
starts. The
from
fun
Arkansas.
starts on a Friday.
And you start off by hitting the batter.
There we go, man.
And having her in the house.
Coach Vasquez coming out to talk to the umpire.
I say it looks decent. She say it's gonna look like a 5-star damn restaurant.
Yes, thank you. Filet McNuggets.
Filet. I know this Negro did not say filet McNuggets. You know what? You know what? Oh yeah, we need to have a show together.
So they can see the two sides of October 8 Beavers.
Oh yeah, and just let y'all we had the same birthday.
I'm not sure if this is going to be a replay situation or not.
Like we have the same birthday.
I'm sure Coach Vasquez
Y'all know that.
Going to plead his case with regards to did the batter actually
lean in? That's what he's trying to say. Did he lean in?
Yeah.
10 for 1, you got 10 for 4.
Because you do have an obligation to get out of the way.
Right now.
Can't have one without the other.
Yeah, they awarded him first base.
Yes, we are so much from the same planet.
Yes. Yes, sir, Mr. Emmett.
Because I didn't see him where I saw him where he leaned in to the pitch.
Did he lean in or was that his normal stride? That's always the question.
Well, I don't think he made an attempt to get out of the way either.
No, I don't think he tried to avoid it. He like, yeah, hit me.
Oh, well, I guess it sticks. They're going on. They have still a pinch runner.
Get a little speed out there on the bags for Bethune-Cookman.
Jamie Villafane, I believe that is.
And Son going behind home plate right now. Everybody don't move down to the bottom. And Bethany would do that too. We was at a baseball game outside.
Getting the bite, then I migrate to the front.
Wow, no outs.
Glad that the team here play in a retractable
ball.
stadium.
Oh,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even up north, they need to be like that. Yep, it's about to be small ball.
Are they saying that was a balk?
Oh.
I think he simply called timeout.
Well, you done missed a lot, Jeremiah. You just missed a lot.
Would that be 2-1? On the count?
2-1. That's correct. Nobody out. Good bunt.
Great job.
Good around it to
good coverage. Now, younger players, do you see how second baseman came over to cover first base on that play? Because first baseman is going to charge. Shortstop will go to second base. Let's have one out.
6-5 our score. That pitch just missing for a ball.
And Villafane only 2 for 2 this season on stolen bases.
There's a shot in the
and
left
he hit the
center.
gap.
Base hit.
Hit that to the gap.
Coming around is Villafane. He scores. And a double for Poyedo.
So you thought this was over, huh?
Not for 1 second.
Both of these teams are fighting, clawing, scratching.
We'll have a pitching change. We are tied at 6.
The lefty coming in the game.
Jose Vasquez making his moves.
And so we will take a timeout here as well. Pitching change for Alabama State. We'll tell you about the change here in just a moment. Back after this in Birmingham, tied at 6.
Yeah, I'm about to say, where's Mr. Ford at? Where is Mr. Ford at? What's going on? Yeah, you do wear your defense out like that. Oh yeah, conference. Oh yeah, the Knicks and the Pacers play tonight. Game 2. Again, we all saw what happened in Game 1. We all saw what happened in Game 1. So we all saw what happened in Game 1. Choke. The choke. And then of course I got some other things over here. So Baton Rouge Tech, aka Southern, got sent home by their school in North Louisiana, Grambling State. Ooh, in a mercy rule. I don't know if Reggie Bill much.
Sergio Rivera up to bat now, right fielder. Here's a shot into right or into center field. And that's second out of the inning. But the runner does move over to third. And again, we're tied at 6 here in the top of the 8th. This is great.
I'm telling you, man.
Daniel Figueroa now coming to the plate. We got a walk back in the third. Popped up in the foul territory to the third baseman in the 5th. And he walked and then eventually scored a run, a part of that 5-run inning in the 7th. And therefore a strike. Fouled off for a strike.
Figueroa, he's had a lot of success against lefties this year, batting .333 against lefties.
Here's a pitch by Trey Power. No.
Like you got away from him a little bit.
On deck, Darrell Lee. Freshman does have a hit today. He's 1 for 4.
The bottom of the 8.
There's a shot into right. 1 run scores. It's 7-6.
You know, Brett, that's a great piece of hitting. That pitch was out there on the outside corner. He just went with it.
That was really good hitting. What have we been saying through the whole tournament, the third day? Just hit it where he gives it to you. If he's putting it on the outside, don't try to pull it. Nice job.
This one fouled back into the net.
And you still have 2 outs.
2 outs.
The old adage, hit them where they ain't.
Catcher did a nice job of staying in front of the ball.
Oh, Smiley does a really good job behind the plate. Selma native, former Grambling State Tiger.
I don't know.
And the ball
I
hits
just
Darrell
told
Lee.
hey.
I was trying to get it to break, but it didn't. But gentlemen, I'm here to tell you, if you're going to get hit with any ball, that's the one you don't mind getting hit with.
Darrell Lee from Troy, Alabama. Pitch missing, 4 ball. And Coach Vasquez coming out to the mound. Well, now 7-6 is the score. You've got 2 men on now with 2 outs. This is a crucial point in the ball game. Man,
he's got to trust his feel.
Yeah, and we've seen how much damage a team can do with 2 outs. So you really got to lock in right here.
All right, he leaves him in. Exactly. Is this mission impossible? He's left Power in. Told him to accept the assignment if you do.
Somebody's ready for a blockbuster.
There you go.
Lee is at first, Figueroa at second. Martinez at the plate. Got to be careful with him. 19 home runs. Count 3-0 with 2 outs.
And we mentioned it all tournament. He is the leader in home runs in the SWAC.
Here's a pitch.
Good game, so
low, 4 ball.
4 balls.
Ooh, walked them on both straight.
Let me see his. I think Vasquez is going to go get him.
Right there.
Two outs. Now Rodriguez at the plate. Now Coach Hernandez calls over his offense, all of his base runners.
And you know, when you have this amount of familiarity with a team, you've seen Trey Power, you've seen what he throws on certain pitches. Look for your pitch and drive it.
Yo, whoever is the person handling the music is A1. Got the Tom and Jerry.
Right. Theme from Tom and Jerry. Does that mean it's cat and mouse going on?
It's a cat and mouse game, yeah.
It's a shame I know that theme.
No, because this is TV Theme Friday.
Oh, okay.
That's what this is.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're a Bethune-Cookman fan, you can love this matchup. Jorge Rodriguez batting .354 against left-handers.
That pitch just missing. 1-0 the count.
Oh, I thought that was a strike.
That pitch in there for a strike.
All right. All right.
I know.
Fouled off for a strike.
What did you say, Jeremiah? Don't get low. Don't think about credit for the music this week.
Bases loaded with Wildcats. 0-2 the count. Power. Just missing 4 ball.
Oh,
Power believes he got him on that one.
Boy, Hornet Nation wanted that one.
Yeah, I believe it's 2-2.
It is 2-2. Swung on and miss.
Stays 2-2. Does he try to blow him away? Does Power try to reach back in?
Well, remember last inning, they tried to sneak a fastball past him, and he hit that one out in the left field. It's a 2 RBI double.
You can see Power's not happy. He thought he had him on that previous pitch.
Fouled off. He's hanging in there.
Remains 2-2.
Yeah, protecting the plate, being tough with 2 strikes.
Here's a pitch.
Tomorrow in Irving,
Strike! Yes, sir.
You can expect a high of 96 degrees Fahrenheit and a low of 77 degrees.
What do we been saying from day one, guys? If it's full count, it's tight. You cannot let Blue make that call.
Rodriguez goes down looking. Bases left loaded. It is 7-6. Top of the 9th inning. Alabama State needs 1 to tie and go into the bottom of the 9th inning, 2 to take the lead. We'll take a timeout. Championship Baseball on the SWAC Digital Network.
Would I call that a strike? I don't know. I wouldn't call that a strike. Hey, win the bet. But it was something that Roger Cato said, don't be looking for the umpires to bail you out. So And he basically saying swing. Hey, don't hate, man. Shoot. Don't hate. Two Live Crew is hey, we don't fool with Luke, but Two Live Crew is still Two Live Crew. But baseball is a marathon and not a sprint. You'll be happy in one inning and then pissed off in the next two. I goddamn. Goddamn, hit the goddamn ball. Again, thanks to the missus for the lovely setup. She said it's fancy. It's fancy. I'm gonna go with what she say.
Coming up next, FAMU and Grambling, 30 minutes after the conclusion of this
I
game.
I'm just playing drunk.
Of course, Grambling trying to extend it to Saturday.
Really
fouled off by Isaiah.
It's dope.
Isaiah Landry, 0 for 3 today. This would be a good time for him to get a hit. This one in the air, in foul territory. Catcher's under it. Caught Escobar.
He's had trouble with that play all tournament, but he didn't have trouble with it this time. Running into the netting and everything.
Came in as a defensive replacement, and he is one of the better catchers in this conference. Nice play that time by Irvin Escobar.
Gets rid of the mask, follows it. Boom, there he is. Right into the netting. He doesn't care as long as I have control of that ball.
Oh, of course, Bethune-Cookman, where they had so many postseason awards. Coach Hernandez, Coach of the Year. Audrey Martinez, Co-Hitter of the Year.
That looked like a strike.
Juan Cruz. John Carlos Zambrano was the relief pitcher of the year. First team all conference for Bethune-Cookman. Second base, Jesus Venegas. Audrey Martinez in the outfield. John Carlos Zambrano, relief pitcher. Juan Cruz from Alabama State, first base. Cameron Douglas, outfield. Pitch missing.
Oh, he put one on.
Tying run at first base.
And it's worth noting, I see the relief pitcher of the year warming up out there in the Bethune-Cookman bullpen in Zambrano.
Yep, and co-hitter of the year at the plate. Wow, you got some star power in this game.
Yeah, man. It's an all-star game.
Yeah, the second team, you had Espaillet at second base from Alabama State, Poyeto from Bethune-Cookman, shortstop, Darrell Lee in the outfield, Jorhan LeBoy Edwin Sanchez, Bethune. Just all kinds of star power in this game.
Wow. Hopefully we'll see these guys at the next level. Get an opportunity.
That pitch in there for a strike. One more game left today.
No wind out there, guys.
Safe at second. So now the tying run at second base.
Uh-oh. Oh, good jump.
Cruz has been on base once today. Back in the 5th inning, he got a single. And Cruz walks.
Wow, the go-ahead on first.
Against Jackson State. Cruz was 1 of 3 and had 3 RBI.
1 out.
Coach Hernandez coming out onto the mound.
Interesting decision here. Cameron Douglas has already gone deep once today. He's gone deep 3 times in this SWAC tournament. Extremely dangerous hitter at the plate for Alabama State.
So are you saying they let him walk? Load the bases up and you go to Devin Chandler?
That would be my thought. My thought is to take the bat out of his hands.
Because there's no question he is a dangerous hitter.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, he is. We've seen him throughout the tournament over these past 2 days. This is our 3rd day, and we've seen what he can do. He's all swacking in. He's
Cam Douglas, yes, he is first team all SWAC.
Yeah, first team, yeah.
He's listed more as a utility player. But here's the other thing, Cam Douglas not only is a good hitter, he's 6'5".
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
He's a really good sized kid.
But you have to trust Coach Hernandez in this situation. They have the stats on what Diaz has done against Cameron, so it's a very interesting chess match right here.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt. This is a great matchup. A 6'5" slugger against Diaz. A little bit low and inside. But Diaz has a nice arsenal. That's why this makes this a really interesting matchup.
We've seen Diaz in this tournament before. He's a gamer.
That one in there for a strike.
Okay, they're 1-1.
Seven 6-run score, and boy, breeze that by.
That one had a few MPHs on it.
Yes.
That was outside for a ball.
2-2.
By the way, there's just 1 out here in the inning.
Yes. Wow. 1 run separates them.
7-6 our score. Here's a shot into left center. One run in and out at third. But this game is tied.
Nice bit of hitting, nice bit of running, nice defense.
Yeah, great hustle by Cameron Douglas getting in the second. So Alabama State keeps a runner in scoring position right here.
That was a good throw at third to get the lead runner.
Great positioning, too.
Excellent.
Heck of a throw out there from center field.
Yeah, got it.
So 2 outs. Jorge Bello now batting.
What's going on?
Swung on and missed.
Okay.
Jorge Bello batting here in the top of the 9th inning. 2-minute bore.
I agree with you on that one.
Swung on and missed for strike 2.
2 really nice off-speed pitches. Had him out in front both times.
Tied at 7. Ball partially gets away from Escobar. So they intentionally walked Devin Chandler. Now they've got Jorge Bello at the plate. Fouled off.
Wow, here we go. What you cannot do is try to take a pitch. If you see something, you've got to foul it off.
This one goes in the center field.
Yeah, hitter never made that. Good backup by the center fielder. That's a good lesson right there to you guys. When you see the pickoff going on, you as outfielder, you have to come up. You are a backup.
He almost slipped in behind him there. Big lead out there for Douglas.
That's strike 3.
That's all I can say is
1 run, 1 hit. No errors, 2 men left. Bottom of the 9th. It's tied at 7. Take your medicine. The bottom of the 9th is coming up. Back at
Yeah, I wouldn't know what they was doing on the base runner right there. That was bad. That was a bad base runner right there. that was bad base running, and just like you said, the Bethune can actually walk it off, put themselves in a position to get there. Oh man, it is Memorial Day weekend. I hope everybody's having about to have a good weekend. Don't do nothing stupid because I don't want to hear y'all name in somebody's paper or on Twitter. So, but other than that, I am on we are on the fence about what's going on. Yeah, let's see how Bama's pitching holding up. All right, let's get back to it. Bottom of the ninth.
Bethune-Cookman trying to get a spot in the championship game on Sunday. Alabama State trying to survive and go to a deciding game 2 tomorrow. Popped up.
Santori, I want to remind you, these two teams in their series, Bethune-Cookman had 2 walk-off wins. And then in this tournament, Bethune-Cookman won by 1 run. So what would you expect? Anything different? This is how it's supposed to look.
Centurion,
that's right.
Give him the voice. What is it?
I want to live. I won't go home.
Wow. Yeah, these pesky Hornets.
Well, I tell you what,
sticking around.
They have been playing stellar. And there's a first strikeout.
Huge, getting that first out of the inning.
How many coaches have said it's so important to get that first leadoff batter? Get the leadoff batter right.
Exactly.
Wow, he breaks it off too. Bam. Gets it.
This one. Caught. I tell you what, man, the Hornets have just been playing incredible. Wow. Comes down to Escobar now. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 9th.
Number 1 battling number 3 seed.
This one jammed up. This one is caught by the second baseman. We're going to extra innings.
Oh, yeah.
Free baseball.
No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. We go to number 10. Boy, what a classic this has been between the Wildcats and the Hornets. A 1-run game on May 2nd, a 1-run game in extra innings on May 3rd, 3-run game on May 3rd. Unbelievable baseball being played between these two teams. Back after this.
Fun, memories, friendship. We're here for all of it. Here for the big moments and the small ones too. We're here for unforgettable triumph, momentary misfortune, and the impromptu throwdown. We're out here each day, chasing something great. Call it adventure, call it play, we call it fun. Academy Sports and Outdoors. Have fun out there.
A history of winning started with the 65 Gators, losing steam, losing sweat.
We've identified the problem. What is the solution?
A drink scientifically designed to hydrate better than water, so they could sweat more, win more, and change the game forever.
Boom, bop, boom, 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 bop, bam. Naturally, we called our stuff Gatorade.
The SWAC, the premier athletic conference in the nation. A collection of schools rich in tradition, pride, and pedigree. Sacrifice, winning, allegiance, champions. We are the SWAC, building champions for life.
First hit in extra innings. Espaillat gets a single. Now DeMarcus Spivey at the plate. He had gone 0 for 3 at the plate until the 9th, or the 8th rather, when he was able to get a base hit. That one misses for a ball. And we got another classic coming up. Between two teams that have seen each other more in the last 2 years here at the tournament. Strike one.
Have you not been entertained?
Oh, my God.
Really?
Swung on foul. Well, I tell you what, the grit, I think that's the word to use for Alabama State. They've got tremendous grit.
I have a friend down in Mobile, Kendall Allen, who played basketball at Alabama State. That's the first thing he always thought. Stingers out. Stingers out.
2-1. And for Bethune-Cookman, and remember, they were down 3-0.
Yeah. But we knew from the tournament play that we've seen starting on Wednesday that is not enough.
No. And the other thing is, and it seems so long ago, Shaddai Cologne pitched a wonderful game.
Exactly.
Oh, my goodness, yeah.
He gave him a very, very quality start. Standing ovation coming off the mound. And still more fireworks.
Swung on foul. That's how you stay in there.
There you go. Smiley, he understands the assignment. Anything close, just foul it off, live for another pitch.
That pitch is a ball. Full count. The go-ahead run at first. Espaillat. Swung on. This one goes into right. The second baseman had an opportunity for that one. Jamie Villafane, it just went right through his glove He played way deep in the hole, basically in shallow right. And that's going to be an E4. Coach Vasquez talking to his base runners. Of course, he coaches. He's the third base coach.
His assistant coach Clark. Put him in there. I think they're talking about how to execute that bunt and move these guys around.
Absolutely.
Pushing it down. Bunt it down first base line.
You got to move these runners over.
Yeah.
And it looked like he was emphasizing, listen, you got to run.
Down the first baseline, third baseline foul. So now you see Escobar sending in the sign to the infield. So you'll see some adjustments here.
Tyler McIntosh, said he's not ready to go home. Not ready to go.
Absolutely not.
And end his career.
That's a ball. Just just noticing something was the way that first and third baseman were charging that.
Mm-hmm.
If he got it into that sweet spot right up there by the left side of that mound, there's nobody there.
It is it's long run for the shortstop to come over and cover because the third baseman is crashing down to cover the bunt.
Yeah.
What they are going to do is if they can field it cleanly, they're going to definitely try to throw at the third.
That's going to be a ball.
See how they're trying to time it? See how the shortstop comes around the front and starts running right before he even pitches the ball. So it does gets him in a position to cover the bag on the bunt. There he goes.
There's a hole right up and right there. That's going to be a foul.
He couldn't get the bunt down.
You keep the bunt on with 2 strikes.
I mean, you can. It's a gutsy move. If he does it, it's a gutsy move.
Oh, because if it goes foul,
he's out.
He is out.
There's nobody out here, so. And he's out.
Wow. Could not execute the bunt. 1 out.
Isaiah Landry now. At the beginning of the week, what did we talk about that plagued teams last year? The bunt.
The bunt. The bunt. A skill. That is a skill. You have to work on that.
That's a strike. Down the third baseline foul.
Wow.
You boys don't want to win.
I think you got to let them swing away here.
Oh, yeah. And he does in the right field, base hit.
Oh, that's game.
Good throw. Back to the
I thought that was
infield.
game.
Base is loaded now.
Good hitting behind the runners again, guys. Hitting behind the runners.
And back to the top of the order we go.
Augusto, Cruz, Douglas. This is where it can get really dangerous for Bethune-Cookman. And remember, 1 out. Got to stay away from the double play if you're Alabama State.
Got the relief pitcher of the year. He should be good and warm out there. Do you make the move? They're going to go stay with Diaz here.
What a classic.
Still 1 out.
Diaz with the pitch. No, it's a ball. And remember, if he does walk Augusto, you force him to run in.
You force a run in. They go up.
That's in there for a strike.
Mm.
We even have our assistant producer on the edge of her seat. Man.
Oh, it hit him.
It was foul.
That's foul. Wow, yeah. Wow. We got all kind of stuff going on, don't we? Yeah.
Ooh, hit him in the head.
Yeah, it looks like we may have another little equipment issue here. I'm not sure what he is having to put on his.
It's the for the pitch count.
Ah, gotcha.
What the not pitch count, but what they're calling. The pitcher has one, the catcher has one. It's being sent to both of them. That's why you see them look at their wrists, because they sort of both, obviously know what's coming, what's being called.
Technology is incredible.
Yes. We thought it was something to look down to the dugout and have the coach give you signals.
Here's a pitch. Swung on, strike 3.
Mm.
Co-hitter of the year digs in here for Alabama State.
Uh-oh. You can't put him on.
Cruz has struggled a little bit here today. He did get on base with a single. And he settled for a walk in the 9th inning. Swung on, strike 1. Or if Diaz gets out of this part of the inning and going to the bottom of the 10th, tied at 7, I consider that a big win for Bethune. Strike two. This one's fouled off.
Wow.
And just like that,
he challenged him.
Oh, he's going to throw garbage up there now, guys. He's going to throw that big looping breaker.
That one in the dirt for a ball. Remember, bases loaded. 2 outs. Top of the 10th inning.
Isn't this the stuff we used to pretend to do?
Oh, yeah.
As a kid, 2 outs.
It took me 3 times to get it right before work by myself. Swung on a miss for strike 3. And Bethune-Cookman gets out of a huge jam.
Woo. Wow.
Woo. Woo. If Bethune does win, we go back to bases loaded in the top of the 10th inning. Woo. No run.
Ooh, look at that dugout.
2 hits, 1 error, 3 big runs left on base. We go to the bottom of the 10th. Tied at 7. Bethune-Cookman could possibly win it and go to the championship game. Back after this.
Wow.
They get lucky. They are getting lucky. I don't know what to tell you. It seems like they don't want to go home. And it seems like somebody want to go home. They just tired. I'm just here, so I won't get fined. Oh my goodness. I'll give them a little credit, Mr. Emmett. I know they don't want to go home, but at the same time, they had plenty of chances to get this game over with. All right, let's get back to it. Shoot. Bottom of the 10th.
Power on the mound for Alabama State. And at the plate for Bethune-Cookman is Polledo, Rivera, Figueroa. That pitch is in there for a strike. See, he's 1 for 3 today. Outside for a ball. Straight up in the air, foul.
Jorge Bello, third baseman for Alabama State, hugging the lines here in extra innings.
Well, Charles, you said we were going to get a good game.
Oh,
Well, you told the truth and the gospel on that one.
yes, indeed. Both of these teams not giving an inch. You talking about grit from both teams, man.
Incredible.
This is tournament baseball. This is what it's about.
Leave it.
How about two old Bethune-Cookman grads going at it with each other?
Yes. As I call it, the Miami connection.
Oh.
So 2-2 now to count. The hard part is somebody's got to go home. Or we go to tomorrow.
Somebody's got to go.
Somebody's got to go home, and that's the hard part about that.
Vasquez said, we're leaving everything out on the field. There's not going to be any second guessing on anything.
Swung on, foul.
Good at bad, tough with 2 strikes.
Swung on. It's going to be a tough play to make. Not in time.
Good hustle. Just couldn't make the play. Covered a lot of ground. That's deep in the hole.
Yeah, that was going to be a tough play to make. Sergio Rivera now to the plate.
Rivera's gone deep in this tournament.
Yes, he has.
Batting .250 this season against left-handers.
Senior. Batting .312 coming into the tournament.
Did his job.
They go moved him over with 1 out.
Daniel Figueroa.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is a textbook execution of the bunt and move the runner around.
Very dangerous hitter in Figueroa. .357 against lefties this year.
Swung on and missed.
And he was trying to end it on that one.
Yes, he was. Looked like a corkscrew going down there. You're not going to see anybody trying to steal third. Not going to risk that.
Got a couple of righties up in the bullpen for Alabama State.
Here's a shot into left field.
Oh,
the runner comes around. Here comes Podelio. Bethune-Cookman wins it.
That's game. Bye-bye, Bama State.
Poyeto comes in, scores the run, and Bethune-Cookman
Bye-bye,
on to the
Bama
championship
State.
game on Sunday.
Game. Blouses.
Unbelievable game here in Birmingham. What a game.
What a game. What a game.
It had been
in the 10th.
10 innings.
Figueroa with the game-winning
Kanisha up in here. What's going
RBI
on,
single in the bottom of the 10th. 8-7 the final. Let's go down on the field.
Down here with Coach Jonathan Hernandez. Coach, you guys have played Alabama State, Nip Tuck all season. Another game-winning run. Talk about your team's grit in terms of getting this win.
This is huge, for us, right? And again, Alabama State, that's a really good program. That's, a perennial power, not only in the SWAC, but out of conference baseball as well with the success that, Coach Vasquez and his staff
Now
has
you
done.
get
So
dinner.
just very proud of the grit of our guys. It was slow for us, right? The first couple of innings, you have to tip your cap to Cologne. He did a really good job keeping us off balance all night. But, the thing with our offense, it'll flip and switch. We've seen that, the entire year. And, the comeback, wins, it's just something that we're kind of accustomed to right now. Although I wish we would get ahead early, but just super proud of our guys. And, what an opportunity for our program, everything that we've been through to have an opportunity to win it on Sunday.
I saw you had your relief pitcher up and ready in the bullpen, but you stuck with Diaz. He got you out of a bases-loaded jam. Just talk about his grit there down toward the end.
Listen, Yo-Yo's one of the mentally toughest kids that we have. And he's been with us for 5 years, and I think that he's earned that right, to be with us. And in that situation, I wasn't going to take him out. We were going to ride or die with Yo-Yo. And I'm just so happy for him, his development throughout the course of the season and the last 4 years. And he got the win, right? And he's a senior. And now we have a chance to celebrate, have a day off tomorrow, which is much needed in a tournament like this, and get ready to see who we're going to play, whether it be FAMU or Grambling.
Coach, I'm going to let you celebrate it.
You got it. Hey, walk that.
Coach Hernandez, big win.
Big win. Big win.
Poyeto is the hero of the ball game. Should say Figueroa was the hero of the ball game as he got a base hit RBI single to end the game. And Poyeto comes in, scores the run, and Bethune-Cookman wins it. Another one-run game. 3 out of 4 games this year against Alabama State came down to 1 run. Incredible. Wow.
All right, FAMU versus Grambling, 2 versus 5. I'm not streaming that one because the missus has already told me to take my black ass and get off the stream. But anyway, man. Anyway, look, it's this has been a great SWAC tournament. Are there some things that need to be adjusted? Yeah. But by far it's been a great SWAC tournament. If FAMU wins, they take on Bethune-Cookman on Sunday. If Grambling wins, they play again tomorrow to see who will play Bethune in the championship game in the final. So I'll probably have my phone close by to listen to it, but other than that, look, as y'all see, this is how we doing it now. This is how we're gonna be doing it this year for the fall, for the EA. I wish I could, man, but I gotta follow Dr. orders. But this is what we're doing. This is how we got the setup. You know what I'm saying? We got, like I said, we got the projector screen, the projector on the wall right now, showing everything. We got the hats to the right of me right here. We got the sneaker collection right over here. And of course, we got the LED lights all around them, all around the room. So we doing big things over here. Make sure we're gonna Let me go ahead and get this out the way so people will understand. Starting next month, we are going to go ahead and get ourselves ready for SWAC Football Media Day, which will be July 16th, 2025, at the Birmingham Sheraton Hotel, downtown Birmingham, Alabama, across from the Convention Center, and Protect the Stadium. If you ever been there, make sure if you can. This will be live on ESPN Plus, start at 10, but get there. I will be live at 9 a.m. showing you everything set up, talk to the players, talk to coaches, some ADs, other content creators that will be there. So, hey, it is what it is. So we're gonna start doing the fundraiser not this week, but starting next month. But in all honesty, honestly right here, we can go ahead and start doing donations. If you want to send a donation right now, go ahead and send it. You can send it through PayPal, Cash App, or Zelle. The description is down below on the ticker. So yeah, we got a lot of things coming up this year. Of course, the big trip would be to Vegas to see Jackson State and Grambling at Allegiant Stadium. So we're gonna be working on that. And there's also we got some other things going on. But here go the misses right here. We get ready to get up out of this thing right here. So tell everybody. And as always, she's gonna tell you go Grambling.
Hashtag
go Grambling.
Go Grambling.
All right. You got anything to say to everybody?
No. We'll see y'all later.
See y'all later. Congratulations to Bethune-Cookman for winning 8-7 against Alabama State. Alabama State had a phenomenal season this year. Too bad it ended tonight. Next on the docket, if you're gonna watch it on YouTube on SWAC Digital Network, is number 2 FAMU versus number 5 Grambling. Grambling wins. They play again on Saturday. If FAMU wins, FAMU plays Bethune-Cookman on Sunday. So let's see what happens on there. But other than that, y'all be safe, be blessed, hug your loved ones, love on your loved ones. Just let you know, mental health is key to everything. And as always, we'll be back on this thing with, when should I be back? What, Saturday? No.
What, tomorrow? You want to go back tomorrow?
Or Sunday before I go to work.
Sunday.
We'll be on here Sunday before I go to work. Other than that, y'all know what time it is. Be easy. We out this thing. Peace.